It's a Thursday morning of the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
30 degrees right now, getting it up into the mid-40s. Looks like it's going to be cloudy but dry all day.
Okay.
Got that weird freak snow thing in the middle of the day yesterday.
A lot of snow blowing, yes.
A lot of snow blowing. Snow blowing.
Yeah, boy.
We'll get to that more later in the show. But to kick off this morning, let's talk about work.
Okay.
More specifically, the least fun of everyone's work day when they show up, meetings.
Yes.
So today, Kimmy and I, because you don't ever have to go to meetings because you're nothing but a distraction.
They don't even invite you anymore.
I'm not complaining.
Like, if you showed up, they'd be like, get out.
So Kimmy and I have a meeting we're going to today, and it's it's a fun meeting. It's where they get all the morning show people together that work on every station. We hang out, we bust balls, and it's fun.
Okay.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
So, Kimmy, we look forward to these meetings.
Yeah, no, this is not a bad one.
And everybody in all our sister stations, the Buzz, Country Station, PXY, they all look forward to it too. At least so I thought.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So this morning, walking around the hallway before the show, running a Moose, works down on PXY.
Yeah.
Good guy. And he goes, got that meeting today.
So he's dreading.
Yeah, and I go, well, I thought we liked these. He goes, no, I have a lot of fun. It's just, the first couple of ones we do these once a month.
Yeah.
It was, I brought a bunch of food. Food was good.
Oh,
and
yeah, they did.
He goes, every meeting since the start, the food started, declining.
He's not wrong.
To the point where there's now no food.
Yes.
There's no food.
He's just figuring this out, how this works. How bait and
the
switch
problem
works.
The problem.
I was gonna say that's they started on a high note.
That's the way it always goes.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't understand his issue because I didn't think
He was just in it for the food.
Well, but that's just it. I didn't think every work meeting had
made
to
it
have
a little
food.
bit more
I'm not
fun.
here to improve my career. I just want breakfast pizza.
All right, the phone number is
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you need food to go to your work meetings? Does every work meeting necessitate food paid for by the place that you work?
I mean, it is a nice little perk, right? Because it takes the edge off a little bit.
All right.
Nothing says, okay, I don't want to do this, but there are sandwiches.
But see, when you do that, here's my problem. Now, I don't, other than these meetings that we have once a month, I don't like going to any meetings.
Nobody likes meetings.
Nobody likes them, right? Okay,
Right.
fine. But when you put the food out, you're going to only attract people that are going to slow down that meeting that you're in even more. It's like mice finding stuff in your pantry. It's just going to cause you to have to do more things that you don't want to do when that food gets left out.
So you think, because everybody's chowing,
Okay, first of all,
it adds another, 30 minutes to the meeting?
100%. And you're going to get people that don't need to be in that meeting. Oh, there's pizza. Oh, there's cake. Oh, there's breakfast sandwiches. Okay, I'm here. Now I'm going to
Just
start
showing
eating.
up.
Now this person's got 15 questions with their mouth full of breakfast pizza that they want to ask. And I just want to get in. I want to get out. Streamline it. Not time to pick out pizza. Not time to talk
We're
about.
here for business.
Well, let's just get it done and get the hell out of there.
But, how about all these companies now that have all that fun stuff at the office?
Oh, the slides and
Just all those distractions. And
beer,
they-
a beer fridge.
Beer fridge.
Yeah.
the
beer fridge, there's food all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, those places look pretty fun.
Okay, but here's the thing. If I can do that on my own time, if I'm working throughout the day and I can grab a beer or I can grab a free sandwich or make myself a bowl of cereal at the cereal bar, that's one thing. Look, man, the meeting is scheduled to go from X time to Y time. And if we go over Y time, because everyone's trying to figure out which breakfast sandwich they want, and they're bitching that, somebody got the breakfast sandwich with the sausage and they wanted the breakfast sandwich with the sausage, that's time I'm never getting back.
All right.
Never getting it back. It ain't worth a $2 breakfast sandwich to have to spend an extra 25 minutes sitting in a meeting that I don't want to be in the first place.
But it is a nice surprise when you get there. Oh, breakfast sandwiches. Oh, breakfast pizza. Can't go wrong with breakfast.
Okay. Gimme shows up again.
I'm just saying, if I'm going to have to sit in an uncomfortable chair, at least give me something to eat.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Kimmy, I know you hate meetings as much as I hate meetings.
I do.
When there is food, does that make you go to meetings that are not mandatory?
It helps.
So you will go to a meeting you don't have to or
probably
want to
won't,
go to.
But if it's encouraged, you're at least I get pizza out of it.
Yeah, it's always fun food. You're not going to get bad. The one time you're not going to be disappointed with the food is at these meetings.
No, but
It's going to be all kind of fun, bad food for you.
I will say, though, it's sometimes tough to enjoy the food because you're not like. So one day we had was it tacos or something?
Ooh, tacos.
But like, how am I supposed to eat this while standing up and talking to
Tacos
people?
is not a good meeting food.
No, it was
Pizza.
delicious. Tough to eat though at a meeting.
Small hoagie style sandwich
Who
platter,
calls what,
or
you from Jersey? A hoagie?
hoagie and oversized cookie.
Oversized cookie?
Yeah, you always get the big chocolate chip cookie. you
Man,
can
what
get with the
meetings have
sandwich.
you gone to? I ain't getting no giant cookie.
They used to have some really killer meetings here.
I didn't get no giant cookie as my favorite ribs Arkansas son. You said it was such contempt.
I'm just saying, I've never seen. I didn't know we got like dessert.
I didn't get no giant cookie.
I mean, at the old station, they did nothing. They did nothing but just yell at you, kick things. People got horrible nicknames. And then when I came here, all of a sudden it was like...
Yeah, I don't know where those horrible nicknames came from. I don't know. It was really
No, they
weird.
came from management. Like
My ass.
my ex-wife, who was at that time the promotions director here,
Yeah.
Okay.
got nicknamed the worst person, the worst name in history. They called her Little That.
And
To
that
her
was from
face.
management.
Wow.
And then right after that, she quit.
Yikes.
Well, I kind of
That's
don't
So
fair.
we went from that to like pizza and sandwiches. So I'm like, this is pretty nice.
Okay, look. I'm not saying the food isn't nice.
Take the food, man.
What I'm saying is you don't realize when you go into these meetings what the food means, right? They're trying to keep it there as long as possible.
Yes.
And it just extends the meeting,
All right.
It's just a little nugget like, hey, stupid, here you go. We're going to keep you here longer. And it's going to keep you from doing the work you need to get done and leaving work on time. So take this food, stupid. It's $1 piece of pizza. Shut up, dumbass. That's all it is.
Well, at least it's gone away for you now. It's all gone.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy. I'm watching today. Watch. Today will be the day that they bring all the food back. We're going to get stuck in this meeting till like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy and I, we got to go to this meeting. It's like the one meeting we like to go to once a month, where it's all the morning show people. We hang out, we
Yeah.
shoot the crap, bust balls, all this stuff. And when we started these meetings a couple months ago, there was a big spread of food. And then as the meetings went on month by month, the food got smaller and smaller and smaller until last meeting, there was no food. And Moose, who works on PXY, saw him this morning, was lamenting that he didn't want to go to this meeting anymore because the food wasn't there. Also, when you say out loud, I don't want to go to the meeting because there's no food, it makes you sound like a bum.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Because there are many other reasons you
you're
could not want to
handout
go to
boy.
a meeting. Yeah.
Handout, yeah, I think you put it perfectly. Handout boy. Like, there's a difference between, ooh, this is a nice treat, and I demand food.
Yeah.
You want me there? Bring me food.
Exactly. Like, even if Moose felt this way,
Yeah.
which I guess I understand, you don't have to say it out loud to me. Because I don't think you understand the way it makes you look. I need to eat food.
Yes.
And I will not be able to eat unless you supply me with said food at meeting. Also, there's nothing that's keeping him from, like, buying a pizza for everybody.
And that never happens, man. No morning show piece of you know what is ever stuck their hand in their pocket and gave anybody anything at a meeting.
But that's what's so funny is, Kimmy, like you,
Yeah.
me, Moose, Breezy,
Yeah.
there's 6 to 8 people in these
Yeah.
meetings, right? Maybe 10 on a busy day.
Mm-hmm.
A large pizza would absolutely suffice. Everybody gets a piece of pizza.
sure.
What's that cost? $20?
I don't know, but they'll probably go medium, and it'll be just enough so like 2 people don't get any.
Yeah.
Like we never have leftovers here. There's
Oh,
always
no.
just slightly. It's just slightly under the recommended amount.
You're right. Everybody walks away disappointed.
Yes.
But I guess the point I'm making is, like, if Moose was like that passionate about having food at these meetings, all he would have to do is go into his pocket, take out a 20, and he could feed everybody.
Get a DoorDash and there you go.
Exactly. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Because he ain't. Because he's tight. Everybody in this on this floor is chintz. They dress chintz, they drive chintz, they
my
talk
Now you're just
chintz.
taking
Oh,
shots.
my
Now
God.
you're just taking
Bro,
shots.
look around.
Hey,
It's
yeah.
Queen and King chintz.
Hey, what did
You talking about us?
What did you?
Oh, you chintz. You know you chintz.
You know you chintz.
You totally. You will.
Well, you're
chintz-
mad at me. You know.
You almost drank the hand sanitizer when you found out there was alcohol.
Hey, what did you bring your breakfast in this morning?
Come on.
What container did you bring your breakfast in this morning?
I brought my banana and my
Yeah, your
carrots and
your carrots and celery. That's fine. What is your carrots and celery in?
Ziploc.
Yeah. So you're gonna, when you're done eating the carrots and celery, you're gonna throw that Ziploc bag away.
Yes, I do. What, you think I rinse it out?
I watched
you
you
used
save it
to.
and put it back in your purse, King Chintz. Don't lie to the people. We're an honest show. You reuse Ziploc bags.
Yeah, you can't compare me to these low lives.
There is no more.
Bro, this is low life central.
There is no more King Chintz a move. than reusing an effing Ziploc bag, you chintz ass
I don't want to
bitch.
throw it out 'cause it's bad for the environment.
My balls.
Are also bad for the environment. They're hurting the ozone.
You cannot rinse out a disposable bag. Point at somebody else and go, you cheap, look at you cheap bitch. Is that mandated by your wife, or is that something you want to do yourself?
Everything I do is mandated by my wife.
Oh, there we go. Now you're going to blame your wife for it.
Yes, of course. Why do you get married? To blame people.
Also, I love two king chits. Like, your breakfast is worth like 9 cents.
Yeah, you don't even spring for like a dipping sauce.
4 carrots, 2 pieces of celery, and a banana.
If you dip, you get fat.
From celery and carrots.
No, if you dip. If you go ranch dip, you get. What's the sense of eating vegetables? Just gonna dip it in fat.
It doesn't have to be ranch. It could be something like a healthy
Hummus?
dip.
There ain't no low fat dip.
She said it.
Hummus?
It's nothing but chickpeas, bruh.
I'll check it out.
No, you won't because you.
What do you call it? Hummus?
You too chintz to buy hummus. And even if you did, you wouldn't buy like the individual cups of hummus
No,
that
it's
cost
too
more.
expensive.
Thank you, King Chintz.
Cost per
bitch.
unit is out of control.
Cost per get out of my effing face.
Could you imagine if Tommy had to plan the meal for a meeting? What we would get at that meeting?
It wouldn't even be like regular salad because that's got like croutons in it and that makes you fat.
It'd be
You
the
gotta
most.
watch-
It'd be the most chintz meeting meal of all time.
You got to watch the bread.
Water and oranges. Like we're playing like a little kid soccer game.
Halftime.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I mean, maybe the key here, if you want the food at the meetings you have to go to,
Yeah.
is to, if they stop serving food, go into your pocket one time to shame
Step
the
up.
company. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I would think if your boss is in that meeting, food shows up and you go, hey guys, this one's on me, that's a pretty embarrassing moment.
Mm-hmm.
Would you think, do you think that would work?
No. I mean, I should say no. I shouldn't say no because I've never seen it happen.
Okay.
But nobody's ever going to step up to the plate and do that.
Do we want to try that today, Kimmy?
I'm sorry, I missed what she said. I was
Okay,
on the
what
phone.
I'm saying, like, could we shame the company into buying food for us again if we bought pizza for everybody? It was like, hey, you
no,
know,
they'd be like, "Oh, great, you provided your own
Ooh,
meal." I
yeah.
don't think that would shame anybody.
no, but it's the way you
No,
put it.
they're taking initiative.
It's the way you have to put it, because like when the pizza shows up and like our boss goes, "Where'd this come from?" We go, "Oh, well, you know, you guys stopped providing food for us for these meetings, so we thought, you know, because everyone's hungry and we're gonna be here for a little while, that we'd take care of this."
Oh.
That wouldn't offer enough shame where they.
I don't know. I don't think it would. I don't think you can shame your company into doing anything.
Is $20 enough? Is that worth like making your boss feel uncomfortable in that moment? Do we?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty.
It's a power
Not a lot
move.
of investment.
It's a power move, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm the boss now. Look at me. I'm now the boss.
But I don't know how that plays out long term. If it pisses the guy off or her, your lady boss.
Ladies be getting pissed too.
Oh yeah, they do.
I don't know. Like, it would make you a hero amongst your coworkers.
But nobody wants to go to a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So why put any extra effort into something you don't want to do?
Because now we're playing psychological warfare.
No, but it's just gonna eventually you want these meetings to go away.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you're not helping. It's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
If you start investing in the meeting.
I think it just becomes an expectation now when there's no food. Now it's on you.
Never work too hard at a job you don't want.
But I want this job.
no.
No,
I mean, that's
that job, that meeting.
Oh, the
Like,
meeting
you-
job.
The next thing you're going to do, you're going to be like the hero of the meetings.
You're going to be like the meeting assistant.
Yeah, because you know what's going to
meeting
happen? I got to take
planner.
this call. Hey, Pat, thanks for bringing it. Talk to the kids for a few minutes while I take this meeting. Like, all of a sudden, now you're like meeting guy.
I've been waiting for this moment my whole life.
Nobody wants to be side meeting guy. The most toothless animal that exists.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Josh. Hey, Josh, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, not much. So I was pouring concrete with like five other guys. There were 6 of us total. And the guy in charge of the job goes, "Hey, don't worry about getting lunch. I'll get you guys all pizza." We're like, "Oh, sweet, pizza." He comes back with a small pizza, and one of the pieces is missing. We had to like rip a piece in half to feed everyone.
Guys pouring
That is
concrete.
so disappointing. That would be so
Look
disappointing.
how hungry you are pouring
I know.
concrete.
I love how I love when Tommy tries to sound blue collar. Guys, think how hungry you'd be pouring concrete. I wouldn't know, but it sounds pretty tough.
It sounds like it's a lot of weight.
Well, I mean, so Josh, does that make you respect that guy less? Because he did make a little effort.
Yeah, very.
No, we all talked mad stuff about him.
Okay.
What the heck is that? Come on.
Was it at least good small pizza, or was it like a Little Caesars?
I think it was a Salvador.
Oh, it's a good pizza.
Yeah,
It's a quality
solid
pizza.
pizza,
Small,
but-
but quality pizza.
But at least spring for the medium.
Josh, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
No.
Take care. There goes small pizza, Josh.
I couldn't imagine if you had been just sitting there waiting because you know that pizza's coming.
Right.
And all right, not enough for everybody, so you want to split a piece.
So one of the
I'd almost rather not have the pizza at all.
I'm with you. You just get a taste.
Yeah.
So one of the funniest things, we had like one of those work happy hour meetings one time at a bar downtown called Salinger's, which I think you're familiar with.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
right on
Yes.
the main area. And I think there's a Salvador's at that time right down the street. So our boss at the time, Al, is holding this meeting, and it's got cocktails and stuff. We're having a lot of fun. He disappears. We look out. He's walking past the window, coming into the bar with 4 Salvador pizzas.
Nice.
Awesome.
He keeps walking.
Wait, what?
He was taking them home to his kids because he had a overnight Cub Scout party at his
No.
house. And everybody's going, ow, 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 ow.
No.
We got a dynamite. It's got to be at least a medium pizza. Got to break it for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we already started. We're going to bitch it out.
That's right. Just after 7 o'clock, we got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, just after 7, a heated public meeting yesterday in the city of Rochester.
What are they heating?
Well, this is a city issue, but it's an issue that applies to every suburb in the greater Rochester area also. Because it used to be, Tommy, when you came to a town, you needed a place to stay. You got a hotel room.
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessary anymore because regular-ass people can rent out their homes and rooms.
Oh, sure.
Yep, short-term with Airbnb for anyone to stay in. And there are folks that do not like that.
Why?
For a myriad of different reasons. Well, there was one very tragic incident in the city that brought this meeting up, but other people still have a problem with it. And there is now legislation on the table, at least for the city of Rochester, to ban Airbnbs entirely.
Like they're illegal?
That would be ban them entirely.
Damn.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, you want to do the right thing.
Well, sure.
Right? You don't want to waste anything. And if folks can use these things, well, why not give them to them?
Okay.
But on the counterpoint of that,
What's up?
this is more work than I would have to do. It's not a lot of work, but it's
Yeah.
more. And like that, I could just put it right over here and never have to think about it ever again.
Well, that's not bad.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. this is something you never think about.
What's that?
In fact, you may not even have known this is an option, and you want to do the right thing.
Okay.
You want to help out people. But when my garbage can is right there, it's right there. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you can listen to Jolene.
Jolene! I don't know what we're doing.
Okay. Between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. for the Leonard Skinner
Don't take my Skinner away.
and ZZ Top code word of the day. Then you go to WCMF.com. You enter that code word for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Skinner and ZZ Top on September 12th at Darien Lake Amphitheater. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. So catch Jolene today. And it sounds like the rest of the week. Get that code word and get your tickets to go see Skinner and ZZ Top from your friends here on CMF. Officials are urging people
What is that?
to recycle their pumpkins, not throw them out now that Halloween is over.
So how do I recycle?
Story on News 8 last night showed there are a couple of ways you can do this, Tommy. So if you don't want to go anywhere, you can start by cutting up your pumpkins and leaving them in a compost area in your yard to break down.
Okay.
But I think you would have to have a compost area in your yard for that to happen. And Tommy, I don't know how many people have a compost area in their yard.
Well, I guess if you had a backyard with a garden back there, you could stick it back there and chop it up.
Okay, but does that
Would
compost?
that attract animals, though?
I mean, it will.
Yeah.
So
It will
put a pin
attract
in that.
animals.
Put a pin in that. If you don't have a compost area,
Okay.
you can donate them to a ranch. Local places that have animals will sometimes take them for feed.
Okay, so load up my pumpkins.
Yes.
And then drive them out to a ranch
You got
that
it.
I need to go find, knock on the rancher's door,
Yes.
and go, would you like some pumpkins?
That's
sir?"
exactly what you do. Yes.
And he goes, get off of my property.
Also, to complicate that, if the pumpkin has wax or paint on it, you can't bring it because that'll make the animals sick.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All right.
There's a third option. You can also donate pumpkins to pumpkin drop-off events.
Oh.
I've never heard of this.
Nor had I. And also the story on News 8 last night says that there are places that take them, but they don't give a list of any places locally that will take them, which did not help.
Okay.
Also, I have to drive to that place with my old pumpkins.
Yes.
Okay. Seems like a lot of work for something I can just throw in a garbage can.
So why can't the pumpkin go to the landfill where it's just going to break down and go away?
It can.
I guess it can. It's just they're just giving you more useful.
Yes, the
ways
argument
of
is
disposing.
exactly. The argument is other things can use these pumpkins. Why throw it away when you
Well,
can
if
feed
you've
an
been-
animal?
But
and
you're
make
feeding the rats at the
mulch?
landfill.
I mean, I guess
And
you
the
want
pigeons.
You want more rats and pigeons? We're already one of the rattiest cities in America. We talked
Right.
about that last week.
I always throw mine in the woods behind the house.
That's
Okay,
what my dad did, but I always think he just wanted to throw pumpkins.
Well, yeah, you could do that.
Yeah,
Like
but
you
no.
launch him back there. He'd take the shovel. Like he could have just tossed him. He would take the shovel and like fling the pumpkin.
But the deer eat them.
So that's a problem apparently.
Why?
All right. According to the story, and the phone number is 252. Are there anybody out there? Is there anyone out there who recycles
Nobody's
their pumpkins?
ever in the history of pumpkins has recycled a pumpkin.
Well, no, there are people that do like the compost thing. I'm sure.
But like to
that's a
drive,
group
to
out
take
there.
your rotten pumpkin for a Sunday drive to the ranch.
So you say, your dad left it out in the woods, you chuck it out in
Yeah.
the woods. They say absolutely do not leave the pumpkin out for wildlife because
I thought I was doing good.
you think that the squirrels and the birds and the deer will
Yeah,
eat it,
and a big fat woodchuck.
which they will. They say that can also attract more dangerous wildlife.
Cow!
Worse than that.
What?
Did you know
Bear.
love pumpkins?
Really?
Yes,
Oh.
bears love. It's like the
I know they like the picnic basket.
It's like the champagne and oysters of
Really?
the bear. Yes,
I ain't getting no
But-
bear
But
you
couldn't
had a
the
bear in your town.
Okay.
in the town. Way the hell out.
Well, yeah, only because you didn't have any pumpkins at that time.
Question though. I mean, what would be the difference? Because my pumpkin's been sitting on my porch this whole time.
Yeah.
Right,
So like,
yeah.
I'd rather like put it back in the woods for the bear than have the bear come up to my porch.
Great
And how come the
question.
bear never comes up to the porch and eats a pumpkin?
So it may be because the pumpkin hasn't broken down, so it's not attracting the bear.
all right.
Once the pumpkin starts to break down, that's when the bear smells the pumpkin.
All right.
Apparently, bears are on the lookout for pumpkins this time of year to get all fattened up
Oh, they
before
know.
their long winter sleep. Yeah.
No, I've been throwing pumpkins into my woods
Mm-hmm.
since I've been a homeowner.
Okay.
I ain't never seen no bear.
You know what you just did.
Yet.
You know what
I
you
ain't
just did.
never seen. And if I see a bear eat that pumpkin,
Yeah.
I'm going to cuss him out. I'm going to get off that you goddamn bear. Because there ain't a bear been born. And his mamas ain't alive to eat my damn pumpkin.
So if you've
Get off
listened,
of my ranch.
if you've listened to this show for a long time, you know that Tommy speaks bad things into existence. He has
Yes,
the special
that's how
power
you
to
got
do so. Yeah. So tomorrow,
What?
headline of the D&C, unpopular former radio sidekick eaten by bear. City celebrates. Can I ask a stupid question, potentially?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. What's the difference between me cutting up a pumpkin versus putting it in the compost pile? Because, like, it says put it in the compost pile, cut it up, it's good for your compost. But, like, that's also the same thing as chucking it in the woods for the bear. Like, the bear's just going to be attracted to my compost pile, right?
It's still outside.
Right.
It doesn't solve any problem.
I don't understand.
There's no difference between me putting it in the woods and putting it in my compost
Agreed.
pile.
I think so, unless there's something we're missing.
Unless you got some electrified fence around your compost pile.
Bear-proof post pile.
Right.
I mean, when it comes to compost, does it contain? I guess I don't really. I've never. I don't know anybody that does it, so I've never seen it. Is it contained so like you can cover it up?
Some people have those barrels you spend.
Yeah.
Your wife's got one, right?
My wife's got multiple compost
Oh,
things.
okay.
But some
It's
people just
disgusting.
have it.
Yeah.
Some people just keep it in a pile way in the back of the yard. But most of those people are like your wife, like deep gardeners do that stuff.
Bro, it's the grossest thing ever.
Oh yeah, it's basically it's
Just
slop.
rotting food.
Rotting, liquefying food.
It's almost like what you would feed a hog.
Yeah. And you would think that I would enjoy that, but I don't. She started doing this in the kitchen. Like, she had a coffee can where she would put, like, banana peels and orange rinds and all this stuff. And it smelled disgusting, and it attracted fruit flies. And my wife would be like, where are all these flies coming from? And I'd be like, I don't know, maybe the rotted food on our counter.
Yes.
So she goes and buys all this, like, composting stuff because she loves her garden and she loves her flowers and all this stuff. But, like, on a hot day, if I walk into my backyard, I get hit in the face with the smell of this compost pile.
Bro, I told you I got my relatives down in Philly, and they're big hippies. So they're into all this stuff. They catch the rainwater and all that stuff. The place is just full of bugs. I mean, every kind of bug around. And the worst ones are they got mosquitoes all over the place. The kids are always bit. They're always bit. I go, yeah, you got all this like water and rotting vegetables. What do you think you're going to get?
It's gross, man. I don't live on a farm. Like, we get like 4 zucchini a year. Do we have to do this?
No.
252 WCMF. We started this conversation with a story on News 8 last night urging people to recycle their pumpkins. Again, you could donate them to a ranch as long as they don't have wax or paint on them. You can put them in your compost pile. You can go to a pumpkin drop-off event, which, again, they don't list in the story.
Maybe they don't exist.
So, like, but here's the thing, man.
But,
like, I want to be a good person.
I
do.
You do.
All this story does is make me feel guilty because I'm not going to do any of this.
You feel lazy, and it brings you down.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I see this story last night, and I go, oh, I can be a good... No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Well, now I feel like a piece of crap.
Nobody's got the time. How much time does the average parent have for pumpkin disposal on top of everything else you... And by the way, this is the busiest time of a year for a parent.
You
know
kidding.
better than anybody.
Yeah.
Do you have time, on top of everything else you got to do, to take my pumpkins down to the pumpkin recycling center?
No, I don't. I do not have that. I don't.
Nobody does.
And going further, like, if for some, let's say next year the state of New York's like, it's mandatory. If you're going to have a pumpkin, you got to dispose of that pumpkin in the right way.
Yeah.
Like a battery.
Mm-hmm.
Think about the time we've invested at that point in, because like it takes 2 hours to get a pumpkin if you're not just going to go to Wegmans or Tops and get a pumpkin, right? Like you got to go to the farm, you got to walk out to the pumpkin patch, you got to carry the damn thing,
spin it around. I don't like this one.
Now I got to cut that one up when I get it home. Like, well, how many hours do I need to invest in a pumpkin?
I bet you could. The average family could have 4 to 8 hours invested in their pumpkins.
I'm with you on that.
From patch to disposal. Proper disposal.
I think you're right. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Eric. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Going good. Yourself?
Good. What do you got, man?
All right. So I do the pumpkin recycling also, but get a plastic-style 55-gallon trash bin, drill holes in it, bury it a little bit down in the yard, and then you put your stuff down in there, and it still allows the worms or whatnot to get up inside.
Sounds lovely.
And here's the thing, man. I don't have the time or energy to dig a hole deep enough for a 55-gallon garbage
And I don't
can.
want some wormy hole in my yard.
Well, it's good for
Really? Your
the
dad was
soil,
fine
isn't
with it? Wait,
Doesn't
Eric,
have to be super deep, maybe 6 inches.
I'm not doing all that, man.
I'm
That's
surprised
work.
okay, but to his point, I'm surprised you're not into this because like you're big gardener yardsman. Like I would think you would do whatever it takes to like have the best garden you can have.
I like clean.
Okay.
I don't like rot
Eric,
in the yard. I don't like yard rot.
Gotcha. Eric, did you do this just for the pumpkins, or you put all your like disposable like trash compost stuff in there?
Everything.
Okay.
Everything that will break down and compost that goes in there.
This sounds like something the Gambinos had in their backyard.
Yeah, there's going to be like
I'm also not a city dweller.
Out in the country. We were talking about this yesterday, Tommy. Country soil.
Yes.
They think different out there.
Oh, it is, yeah. There's way big difference between country soil and suburban soil.
Eric, God bless you and your pumpkin recycling, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Proud to be pumpkin recycling.
Man, I'm not drilling holes in anything either. I don't trust my drilling skills.
I'm with you. That's so much damn work. All you got to do, buy a big old garbage can. Dig a big old hole. Drill holes in said garbage can. Put garbage can in ground.
Every time I drill anything, it goes horribly wrong.
What's the last thing you drilled?
Your mom.
As soon as it came out of my mouth, I knew. As soon.
See how you set it up, Kimmy? How you do?
Yeah, I got it. You got me there. I wasn't ready.
I'm going to take a break. There is a sports legend who passed away yesterday. And watching how all of these TV shows and articles on social media and online have handled this man's death is hilarious because you cannot argue. He may be one of the greatest coaches at his sport in history.
Yeah.
A mind that just understood the game, an X's and O's guy who... I mean, Tommy, when you go through...
Can't argue his success.
Yes, Kimmy, when you go through what he's accomplished, it's like jaw-dropping. At the same time, he might be one of the worst human beings to have ever lived. Right? And I don't mean that in an international, like, history book way. I mean from a human-to-human standpoint, someone you would not want to come across. So how do you remember a horrible man who did amazing things?
Okay.
We'll get into it next to the break room. On CMF. The sports world lost a legend yesterday.
Oh, boy.
A man who might be the greatest college basketball mind of all time. And there are a cross-section of people who love this man not just for how he understood the sport, but for his attitude and the way he did his job, which is interesting because those same people would never want to work a day in their life for this man. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can watch our show.
You'll watch us.
For the last couple of months, you've been able to do it on the Odyssey app and WCMF.com.
Yeah.
But now, Tommy.
What we got now?
Well, we're making it as easy as possible for you.
What are we doing?
The break room is now in our sleek new look on our streaming platform here.
Yeah.
Also broadcasting live from YouTube and Twitch every single morning.
We're doing the Twitch.
That's right. We're doing the Twitch.
We Twitch it.
Come on, baby. So on both YouTube and Twitch, you can show up there, search The Break Room WCMF, subscribe, and we are right in your pocket on that app.
Damn.
Instantly, both of them. So, again, if you want to watch the show, you have the Odyssey app, you have WCMF.com, you now have YouTube and Twitch, all of them brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. Come on, baby. Yesterday,
What happened?
legendary college basketball coach Bobby Knight passed away at 83 years old. And his on-court accomplishments are ridiculous.
Yes.
Three-time national champion, including an undefeated season in, what was it,
76.
Okay. 5 Final Fours, 11 Big Ten titles, 3-time AP Coach of the Year. He's in both the Naismith and the College Basketball Hall of Fame. He's got an Olympic gold medal.
Yeah.
All of it's astonishing. And by the way, I'm only listing the basic stuff.
Yeah.
There's more. There are very few people who have ever accomplished what he did. And we probably will never see anyone come close to the things he's done in his past.
Yep.
Also, he's a terrible person.
Yep. Yeah.
So, like, when you go through the history of Bobby Knight, and again, we're only on the air till 10 o'clock, so we can only touch on a few things.
Yeah.
He has a history of choking people.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people out of nowhere.
And that's just what we know about,
Exactly.
right?
Like,
yeah.
I mean, you're right, Kimmy. He was coaching at a time where a lot of things got swept under the rug.
Sure.
And I'm not exaggerating. I counted 15 known public instances
Assaults.
of him. No, that's not assaults. That's just chokes.
Yeah.
Just chokes. Choking a player in practice is what got him fired from
That's
his
the-
job in Indiana.
The famous one where he goes after that kid on during practice.
You got it.
And then he had an incident with a student that got him like that was it. He was just walking around.
He was walking down campus. The kid said, "Hey, Knight." He
Right.
got upset he didn't call him Coach or Mr. Knight, and he attacked the kid.
Yes.
His name almost became an insult because it was what you would call somebody who was losing their crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, good
Okay,
call.
Bobby Knight. You know what I mean? Like it became like a thing. Like, oh, you instantly knew what that person meant when they called you that.
There are several instances where he was caught on camera hauling off and hitting people. Former Indiana basketball player Todd Jadlow said that Knight at different points punched him in the face, broke a clipboard over his head, squeezed his testicles along with the testicles of other teammates, and then had a whole bunch of other physical stuff that we don't have time to get into. He was also arrested during the Pan American Games, I believe, in 1976.
Yeah. So he was on fire back then.
In Puerto Rico for assaulting a police officer. He was sentenced to 6 months in jail. He left Puerto Rico, never went back ever again, never served a day of jail time. So, Tommy, on one hand, he might be a top 3 college basketball coach of all time.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of people who will happily defend his tactics to this day, even the off-the-court stuff. But on the other hand, not a single person who defends him would want to work a day where he was their boss.
No, of course not.
So how do you remember a guy like Bobby Knight, 252 WCMF?
I guess because he was so successful.
Okay.
So I guess when you're successful, it kind of whitewashes away the fact that he chucked that chair across the court when he was pissed off at that Purdue game.
Okay.
Or when he walked off the court when they were playing that Russian team, he didn't like how it was going, so he goes, you know what, I'm done. He literally pulled his team off the court and left.
Sure. But
Like he was just that guy.
But here's the funniest part. Like those two things for like, let's say Mike Krzyzewski did those. Those would be huge black marks on his thing. With Bobby Knight,
Not even close.
the tamest stuff you've seen him
Right.
do. Like, I mean, I know that chair toss lives on in infamy because of the video, but like, I'd take 100 chair tosses over a single choke at a kid.
You're also forgetting the Connie Chung interview
Yeah.
when he made a rape comment.
Yes, he did.
Oh,
And then backed it up.
Yep, didn't be a double down.
Yeah.
Double down.
That was on I think that was on 60 Minutes.
That episode that night was 47 minutes because after what he said, they just bailed.
so I think the way you remember a guy like that too may depend on your age, because as somebody who wasn't alive to see the successes that he had. Like, I could see it on paper. I could see, video clips of it.
Okay.
But for me, I just kind of always knew him as being a hothead.
Okay.
Like, I knew he was a successful coach, but I thought he was known more for the way he operated than his actual successes and accomplishments.
And he also knew how to turn on the charm. So after when he chucked that chair across the floor and all that stuff, he went on Letterman and addressed it. But he did it as a joke. And he got a huge laugh out. Like, he had a sense of comedic timing. He was a great he knew when to not be a dick most of the time.
Well, but that's just it. Like, most of the incidents that we're aware of with assaults and chokes and all that stuff, he couldn't control himself.
Right.
So, like, you have also that weird side-by-side, because you're right. Like, there were instances where you could take a bad moment and turn it into, it's just Bobby Knight.
And we get a huge laugh out of the room.
But how do you not control yourself in those moments where you're not physically assaulted? When you're physically assaulting somebody.
Like, have the wherewithal.
Like, also, why is he grabbing guys' testicles?
Well, there was also that one where he
wiped himself.
And then walked out and showed everybody, this is how you're playing tonight.
Yeah. And also, is there blood here? Because I'm going to have to call my doctor. Maybe he was looking for a second opinion on a health exam.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about Bobby Knight. I mean, legendary basketball coach. His accomplishments are almost unparalleled, yet he was, it seems, a terrible human being.
But super entertaining.
Also, like, and it's not just stuff that we know about that, like, got him arrested. There's audio. We have audio to play, and we've played this a bunch of times here in the break room. It's Bobby Knight and a friend.
Yeah.
Is this in Indiana? Or was it
somewhere,
Texas?
Somewhere they're hunting. He was a big-time hunter and fisherman. He was like one of those guys that went all over the world to hunt. So him and a buddy are hunting. Could be Texas.
So he was hunting, because he finished up at Texas Tech.
Right.
He was hunting very close to a man's house. And this man came out and videotaped his interaction with Bobby Knight, simply asking him to not fire so close to his
Didn't
house.
they hit like the pool or the
They
roof
hit the
or
house.
something? The house?
Yeah, and he's got kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first voice you're going to hear, but the voice that doesn't sound like Bobby Knight, is the man who owns the house. Go ahead, Kimmy.
Film whatever you want to film. I don't care. War and cussed and
That's exactly what I said. I'm asking you now to move down so the pellets don't land on my house again.
You ask us politely, I'll be glad to do it. You've asked us politely now. You can film whatever you want to film. I don't care. We'll go wherever you want to go with it.
Just move down.
You say if you fellas...
Do you want me to come out there on West 50th at your house and shoot? Or you want me to go to where you live out there where I plant a tree?
Have you come out?
No, I don't want to go there. I want you guys to move down further away from my house.
We'll do that if you do it politely.
I already did politely.
No, you did.
When you have bullets land...
swearing and cussing and yelling.
I will not shoot your house if you ask me politely. Maybe the greatest Bobby Knight line of all time.
And, like, the last line is brilliant, too.
You're shooting and you're cussing and coming at me.
You come outside all cussing. Like, first of all, you're Bobby Knight,
Yes.
Mr. Cussing. Second of all, you shot the guy's house.
But he's got kids.
All right. Let me ask you a question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's say 10 years ago, Tommy, you get a phone call. Tommy, it's Bobby Knight.
Yeah.
Getting into the radio business. I'm going to be running this radio station.
Yeah.
And you, Tommy, are just the type of guy we need to round out our squad. We want you, and we want you bad.
Yeah.
Would you go work for Bobby
Oh,
Knight?
God, no.
No. Look at his success.
I know.
Everything that guy touches turns to gold.
Yes.
Or gets red from where his hands were choking.
Yeah, no. I mean, Bobby's something you want to be entertained by far away.
Okay. Doesn't that make you a bad person for, like, being like, oh, I'm entertained by this, and then there's just this wave
Everybody
of people
was entertained by him. Even when he was doing the horrible stuff, we all know the stories. We've all seen the videos.
But it was a different time. I mean, to Kimmy's point, like, you look at, people that are under the age of 30, and people hear these things for the first time and go, how did that guy have a job as long as
No, how was he not arrested?
Yeah, well, no, he was. And
I mean, he
sentenced to 6 months.
How many times he physically assaulted people?
Yeah.
Back in the day, that's how you coach.
Well, and to your point, like the amount of incidents you've mentioned, like it all just like you don't even know which one to point to as the worst. Like it's one of those things where he does it so often that you can't even wrap your head around it.
And the people of Indiana so embraced him because Pat and I both worked Southern Indiana when we did comedy. So I did Bloomington, and there was this German sandwich shop I'll never forget. And the people told me, you got to go to this place. They make great sandwiches. But the funniest thing is that chair that he threw across the the floor. Well, him and Bobby Knight were buddies. They got to own this place. So he has that chair under glass in the sandwich shop.
No kidding. I never saw that.
And it says above it, it says chair hurled around the world. And then it shows them that picture of him chucking it and stuff, and then him on Letterman.
Oh.
So, Kimmy, you talk about like the stuff that, the controversies.
Yeah.
There were so many controversies.
Right.
And I'm looking at this right now, and you can go look for yourself on his Wikipedia page. They had to break them down by decade. And each decade is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points long. And it's not even close to all the stuff we know.
Yeah,
Like-
I mean, it's almost like he drowned out his own success
Yeah, he did.
in a lot of ways.
He got into it. And you mellow when you get older. So when he went to Texas Tech, he got into a screaming match over the salad bar at a Whole Foods with, I think, like the chancellor or whoever was above him at Texas Tech.
In his defense, I think every guy over 60 will yell inside a Whole Foods about something they don't understand.
First of all, I'm shocked that Bobby Knight was at a salad bar.
Okay, like I'm looking at his Wikipedia page now. I mean, you talk about the life that he lived and the accomplishments that he had. And halfway down his Wikipedia page is where the controversy starts.
Yeah.
Like, that's how much there was. Like, despite all of the success and all of the things he's seen and all the players that he worked with, Olympics and college and all that stuff, half of his Wikipedia page are assaults and comments and inappropriate things that he did.
Sammy the Chin doesn't have that long of a list.
All right, Bobby Knight, rest in peace, you old bastard. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And there was a meeting that got a little bit heated in Rochester yesterday.
Oh, what happened?
Some folks are looking at this move to ban folks making money with their own houses as far too extreme. Say also borderline dangerous.
Oh.
But folks that want this pushed through say, no, leaving it the way that it is super dangerous. Why? With no regulation, are you allowed to put just any person in your house for an extended period of time?
But they do this all over the world.
And all over the world, there have been these problems.
Oh, really?
Well, yes. I mean, it's a very interesting debate because
I've used it. You've used it, haven't you?
yes, I have. On one hand, you own this thing and have a right to do what you want with it. On the other hand, if I live next to this thing you own, I mean, do I feel safe with this going on, especially after some stories we've seen, even locally?
Oh.
We'll tell you about the fervor over Airbnb last night in Rochester, and we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Folks in Rochester are fired up, Tommy.
Damn it.
On one side, you got folks that have money to be made renting out their places to people who just need it for a couple of nights. On the other hand, you have people who don't want random strangers treating their neighborhood like hotel parking lots and having potential dangerous situations pop up. And the proposal to ban the ability for Rochester residents to rent their home out as Airbnbs is a complicated discussion with a lot of nuance, unless you want to yell really loud. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or ask how wide the strap on their boots could be that they're wearing today. Even the way you put your foot up to look at your boots makes you a bitch.
They're called double monk straps.
Bro, okay, first of all, the fact they have a name makes me sad. Second of
Well,
all,
when you buy them, it says it on the box.
you look like a woman that's going to have a whip and chains for some like high-powered executive to like get him sexually excited. You got to really hurt someone in this room. Something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I look like a busted goddamn snowboard rental agency. What are you wearing today, man?
a sweatshirt and a beanie.
It's black. It's about as black as it gets.
It's a black sweatshirt. What is it?
You look like you're going to do poetry at the snowboard shop.
Because
You're a poetry reading little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices. We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. On CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm getting so mad because Tommy and his little brother, you bonded together. Me and RD becoming tight buddies, and Pat's getting all butthurt. You might have to go down to Spencer's to get one of them dirty backdoor dildos. 'Cause you're just a butthurt little boy, bitch.
I have these shoes that I love to work out in. Why? What? No, I'm... Oh, you rich ass bitch! Oh, I live in Pittsburgh and I'm not rich, but I walk around with fancy boots on.
I know. 2018, I graduated from Alfred University with a sports medicine degree.
So I have a master's degree in clinical social work.
Pat Duffy, when I go out to eat, I don't mind a little pube in my food because I'm just a pube-eating little bitch.
She's the one that made fun of your face just now.
Yeah.
Oh, you're screaming. Oh, my name is Tommy, and anyone can walk in my house and take anything.
I got my good shoes on.
So I was working for a production company. We did sound and lights for concerts and stuff.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I had to get out of my car and scrape my window this morning, even though I didn't want to because I was so cozy in my little car chair because I'm Pat Duffy. I'm an ice scraping little bitch.
that was impressive.
Yeah, it came in slow,
yeah.
finished strong.
That's how you do.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Last night, there was a public forum in the city of Rochester with elected officials and regular-ass citizens.
Okay.
The topic? Outlawing Airbnbs in the city. So this meeting and the issues around it stem from an incident last December where shots were fired and a person was murdered inside an Airbnb rental home. I believe it was off of Lexington, maybe. No, Atlantic. I'm sorry. This is one of the reasons the proposal to ban Airbnbs has shown up. But on top of that, big-time issue, there are other problems people not just in the city but across the greater Rochester area have had with Airbnb rentals, Tommy. They don't like the fact that total strangers are moving into their neighborhoods for a few days for whatever reason. They don't like that some of these Airbnbs are being rented out for parties that can get out of control.
Okay.
They don't like that the folks renting some of them treat the properties and residential neighborhoods surrounding it like hotels that have no regard for the folks that live around those spots. Now, Tommy, you experienced that personally during the PGA Championship with a home down the street.
Oh, yeah.
What did you call them again, those Long Island guys? Long Island jackwads?
Jackwads, yes, and ball washers.
You said those guys were a pain in the ass up all night partying.
Oh, yeah.
The proposal in the city of Rochester from this meeting last night, and this would just count for the city, is as follows. Ban Airbnbs in low and middle density residential neighborhoods.
Well, that's the city.
Kind of sounds like it. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like all
It sounds
over
like
the city.
any part of the city would fall under that category.
If you own a farm in the city, you may be able to rent out your house as an Airbnb.
So yeah, I know there are a few near me, and I again realized that during the PGA too. That's how we met that group of Canadians.
Oh right, I forgot.
But yeah, I know there's like at least 2 or 3 right down my street.
So based on the way this is written, it could essentially be a ban on Airbnbs in the city of Rochester. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does the greater Rochester area need to get rid of Airbnbs.
I wouldn't think we were a big Airbnb town because we don't get a lot of tourism. You know what I mean? I know we did some for like when events are in town, but is there a lot of them?
Yeah, there's actually a ton of Airbnbs that are rentable in the greater Rochester area. I don't know how often they're rented, but if you go on the site, places, you know what I've found? Because I looked this up when we were doing it for the PGA Championship. There are lots of Airbnbs that seem to be designed for cheating on your spouse.
Oh, okay.
Like there's hot tubs. It's like a place above another place. Like there's, it's just like a room with a bed. And
Great
a hot tub.
idea, man.
So I know it's really big.
Why do you make a face?
Great idea. Encourage people to cheat on their spouses.
They're going to cheat. At least have them be safe and they can get a hot tub.
I know it's really big with families of college students, like if they come for graduation or to visit their kid, like RIT, U of R, whatever.
Think of that.
They'll come and rent like a house wherever they can find one.
And you do all those
Rochester.
hockey tournaments.
Yeah, you're underestimating. It's not just hockey. It's soccer, travel, baseball. Yeah. Like some of these people are in town for an entire week from, like, for example, they had the biggest girls' youth hockey tournament in the country.
Yeah, you were saying.
Last weekend.
That's insane.
There was a team that flew from Anaheim with a bunch of 12-year-old girls and had to be here for like 5-6 days.
I don't know how you ban it.
Well, no, exactly this way. You say that you no longer can do it in these places.
I mean, because like anytime you rent from these people, there is such a list of rules and money you got to pay up front.
Okay.
That if you don't do it, you don't get it back.
Okay. But at the same time, if I'm a bunch of college kids, there's lots of hotels that have those rules, and hotels have a bunch of problems with that too.
But the difference between with an Airbnb, they already have your money.
Okay.
So like, I'm not. They already have your $600 of your deposit. So if your dog takes a huge dump or your kid breaks something, you're not getting that back. So I always thought that would have been a deterrent to a lot of this stuff.
I understand what you're saying, but even with that, still a problem apparently.
I guess.
Still a problem.
I don't know if this is listed as a problem too, but I would also think it contributes to the lack of homes for people to buy for like a family reason, like to live there, because I know that there are a few that are purely Airbnb, like it's somebody's second or third house that they bought just to make it an Airbnb, not to actually live there.
That's a good point. I mean, that would keep the price of homes up in Rochester and keep driving them up. So the folks that are arguing for Airbnbs, because there were both sides of this meeting last night, and both of them were kind of yelling. They made two very simple arguments. One, this is my home. I have found a way to make money with it. How can you tell me what to do? And that's a valid point.
And it's legit.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, the person paid for the house. They pay the property taxes. Why should someone keep them from making money, right? The second argument for Airbnbs is that there are people that need short-term housing. Yeah. People fleeing bad situations, folks that have been evicted, can be people between homes and apartments for a couple of days to a couple of weeks. And the argument made from these folks is if you ban Airbnbs, you are putting a ton of people on the streets.
And you don't want that because that's going to lead to problems.
And they also make the argument that Airbnbs are safer than some of these hotels or motels that a lot of these people end up in. We've seen problems with that.
Right.
So what the hell do you do here?
I don't think you should ban it. I mean, I know there was a terrible incident, but I mean, I don't know how because they're going to figure out a way to beat this system. Something else is going to crop up.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're going to write it not just so it says Airbnb. You're going to write it to ban
short-term rental
exactly
or whatever.
All of these things. I mean, it is a little bit crazy with all the regulation we have for everything that we do, both federally and locally, that you are just allowed to hand your house over to somebody for a couple of nights.
But it's not. But it's pretty regulated. I'm telling you, man. When you rent these things, there's a ton of stuff.
No, I know.
It isn't just like you walk in and go have fun with it. I mean, you get this list of things, and there's a ton of fees on top of it.
I also don't. Is it Airbnb? One of the rental companies you can go through. Like, what if I'm living at my house and renting out a room? Because I know, like, you can actually rent out a place where somebody's currently living.
Sure.
I don't know how you. It'd be tough to write rules around that. Like, I'm letting this person stay here and charging them.
Short-term rental per room. I mean, you just include that, too.
Yeah.
That always freaks me out.
I would never want to do it, but I know people that
now.
live, if, like, they travel, they don't mind doing it at all.
So, like, young people that travel, they just, to their point, they just need a room because they're going to go out and see Europe or something. They just want that room.
Yeah.
And then you live with these people. You basically have a room in their house.
Okay, but like we travel.
The money you save, though, for people that want to travel, it's amazing.
But bro, we traveled for a living for a long time.
We lived like that.
But I didn't live in somebody's room. Like
no, but we shared common space.
Okay, fine.
With weirdos.
Yes, but like we were both on the same page.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't imagine pulling into like, I don't know, like
different country, different language.
But even in even in America, Metropolis, Illinois, and all of a sudden there's like, a 60-year-old couple, guy's wearing flannel tucked into his braided belt jeans, right? Like, welcome to our house. Here's a list of rules, and I get to watch you sleep.
Yes.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Talking about a meeting last night included elected officials, regular ass folks in the city of Rochester. The city is looking into policies that would essentially ban Airbnbs in the city of Rochester. It is coming off of an incident that happened last December where there were shots fired and someone was murdered inside a rental Airbnb home.
They had a huge party there, right? It was like overrun.
If I remember, it's hard to keep.
It was like a party situation. Yeah.
But past that, there are folks that have problems with the Airbnb in general. They don't like total strangers in their neighborhood on vacation. They don't like that the Airbnbs are being rented out for parties that get out of control. And they feel like the folks that are coming to these Airbnbs are treating neighborhoods like hotels instead of places where they live, which is causing further problems. If there was a vote per town, how many towns, suburbs in the greater Rochester area do you think would allow Airbnbs? Because you would think the stuffiest places would say we don't need this. But then when the PGA came to town,
they want all that high-end money coming in, man.
Tommy, we saw people making 5, 10, 15 G.
They covered the taxes for their house for the year.
You got it.
And you're not going to stop that. They want that money.
Yeah.
The same way they want everybody to park in their yard because it pays their taxes.
Yeah, but...
Remember the one guy was offering you a free cocktail when you left?
No, but it was funny. You said you can't stop people from making money. They did, though. They went into that neighborhood and said you could have X amount of people. They stopped it from happening.
I know.
I don't know. Like, folks could also be concerned about how banning Airbnbs might hurt folks coming to their town. Because think about this. Outside of Greece and Henrietta, how many suburbs have a bunch of hotels?
None.
Like, if someone needs to come to Fairport for business, or they have a pickleball tournament to play in, that money goes to Henrietta or Greece or the city of Rochester, right? Is there even a hotel in Fairport?
I can't think of one.
Pittsford has a hotel.
Yeah, and you be out of money if you stay there. And here's everybody wants free enterprise until it happens. Like, you want all this stuff, right? You want all this freedom to my house, my property. I should be able to do. I don't want it in my.
Oh, okay, all right. So in that case, if I live next to you. And I got all my giant jersey collection. You know that. Yeah.
A bunch of you.
Yeah. And
Jersey boy.
And I took my jerseys and I wheeled them out on racks. And every single day I sold my jerseys out of my driveway right next to you. And all kinds of people were pulling up and looking at stuff and buying it. If I had an everyday garage sale, you would be fine with that.
I would. I would just probably maybe invest in a can of gas and some matches.
Mm-hmm. What happened to everyone?
No, you can't. I can't have some half-ass flea market breaking out.
What the hell happened to everyone likes free enterprise?
You're not a licensed peddler. Where's your peddler license?
Where's your hotel license?
It's in my Airbnb contract.
Okay. Well, I got a peddler's license right here.
You ain't got peddling this.
Yeah, it's right here. Check it out. Hold on, let me unzip my pants and I'll show you where my effing peddler's license is. Shut up.
Oh, it's short term?
Don't sit here and be like, hey, man, this is America. And then when America comes from the other side, you go, wait a minute, this is America. This is my America.
I want the America I like.
Like, hell, man, if a guy just put a car in his driveway with a for sale sign for a week, you would be pissed off.
Why you guys just sell it on Craigslist?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in. We got folks sitting on hold. Tell you what, let's go to the phones first. Right. We'll talk to Matt. Hey, Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, morning, guys. So I got a neighbor behind me that sold his house to somebody from New York City, and they basically opened it up as a Verbo. And
so, I'm sorry, let me stop you. For those who don't know, Verbo is like Airbnb.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, they're competitors. And so it was within like the first 3 weeks that they started that. There was 15 cars and a giant-ass house party there.
Nice.
And so I called the town of Greece, and they said that they weren't approving any short-term rentals. And so I called Verbo and told them, and Verbo didn't care. Verbo still left the posting up. They still rented it out, even though they didn't have any of the town. Even if Greece allowed the short-term rentals during that period, they still had to get inspections done. You still have to post emergency information in the house and stuff, and get these certifications. And Verbo doesn't care. They don't care.
So what you're saying is, even if they were to implement these policies, it may not change anything.
100%. They won't. Nope.
Damn. So is this?
I started looking it up, and I think it was L.A. that there's a class action lawsuit against Airbnb for the same exact thing, where the city said don't do it, and they just said, no, we're going to do it anyways.
All right, so, Matt, is it still being rented out?
Yeah, thankfully they did something. One of the things that bothers me is you only have to rent for 2 days, and it's a 4-bedroom house, and you can have up to 8 people. That's like 100 and something people a month that are literally a football throw from my bedroom. And I little kids, and I'm in a nice neighborhood. I didn't expect to be able to have, like, just rotating carousel of random individuals across the country coming in. So, yeah, it sucks.
No, Tommy, go ahead. Make your capitalism argument now.
Well, no, as long as you abide by the rules of capitalism.
Well, no, but the town here has a rule that's not a thing that's allowed.
Turn the lights off at 7.
Is that the rule of capitalism?
No jerseys out front.
Hey, Matt, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Take care. I mean, that would bother me.
Yeah, that would suck.
But then again, who am I to say that this person, now granted it's an out-of-town owner, so that complicates the situation, but like if someone that owns that house is going to do this every weekend, who am I to tell them that they can't do that?
So the one I rented when I went and saw my brother, I had rules of how many people I could have there. I had rules of how many cars I could have in the driveway and where they had to be parked.
Oh.
And no parties. No.
Well, it's you, so.
But again,
they even said, like,
but you're following the rules. I don't know what the repercussions are if you don't follow.
You don't
the
get your
rules.
deposit.
No, but it's so funny to hear this all day. The rules are clearly posted.
But
it got specific.
But maybe
It said
somebody
no.
doesn't care about their deposit. I mean, let's say the deposit's $500, right? And I'm
$500,
and I'm splitting the house with 8 people.
8 bums.
Maybe you don't care. Maybe you're willing to lose that, $50, $100 split between everybody to do whatever you want.
But they
I don't
even
know.
broke down what kind of parties they were talking about.
Yeah.
They said no family reunions.
Really?
No special graduations or retirement parties. Nothing under like so many people.
Okay.
Like it broke it down. I'm like, I was scared, man.
What, you thought a retirement party was going to break out? Guys. Hey, listen. When do you
Don't
think,
even say it.
When do you think you're going to end your... Shut up! They can hear us. Let's read one Facebook message before we move on. Again, talking about this meeting to ban essentially Airbnbs in Rochester yesterday, the city of Rochester. Rick writes, the answer is simple. Keep Airbnbs legal, but add more rules where the person who rents the house is responsible for what happens while they're gone. I think that may already be a thing.
I mean, you could raise a deposit, like a minimum deposit. You have to charge these people.
I get the impression that he means like law
penalties.
Oh, okay. And I get the spirit of what Rick is saying, but that is a dangerous game because going back to why this meeting was held in the first place, someone was murdered.
Yes.
How do you punish a homeowner for that crime?
But to your point, like people, there's been terrible things happen at these hotels.
Yeah.
Those hotels are still open.
I don't know, man. We have seen incidents where the towns and cities come in and shut down and make
But
themselves.
it takes a lot.
It does.
A lot for that even budge.
Multiple incidents.
Well, we solved nothing.
Yeah.
We solved absolutely nothing. Yesterday was the first day of a long winter.
Oh, God. It was blowing around noon.
Yeah.
Noon snow. And then the sun would come out, go away, more snow, grapple.
It wasn't something we were expecting.
No.
And that led to what you may have seen on the roads if you were out driving around at that time.
Well, what happened?
Well, there's 2 ways to handle what happened yesterday. Either you slow it down, getting used to driving in that weather again.
It was a little slick out there.
Or you say, go F yourself. We've done this our entire lives. And that created some issues.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next to the break. Group 96.5 WCMF. The snow has arrived.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you saying, Weeze?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you about your carrot?
You can't rush a carrot.
Put that on a T-shirt.
You can't. Try it.
Kimmy, how funny is it? We say every year that kids get the shaft with Halloween snow,
Yeah.
and right on cue, it shows
There
up
it
this
is.
year. But yesterday's midday snowflakes had some folks changing the way that they were getting around.
Oh.
Which, despite the reaction from some other folks, it's the smart thing to do, right?
Right, but it wasn't sticking. It wasn't like a blizzard.
Well, it was almost worse than sticking.
Oh.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, Creed, Three Doors Down, and Finger 11 are coming to town. September 27th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. You can get your tickets then. So go check out that show and have fun with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. The show is here. Hello. The snow also is officially here. Trace amounts around some parts of the greater Rochester area in the morning and through the early afternoon yesterday. The most dramatic, although not a ton, happened around lunchtime with, they call that grapple.
Grapple.
It's like half snow, half hail.
It looks like Dippin' Dots.
And it was sticking to everyone's windshield.
Oh.
Now, it's not the kind of snow that shows up white on the road. But it's that weird snow where you can see the ice tire tracks.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
It's not going to last forever.
Right.
Exactly. But you can tell, like, the road's getting a little bit dicey with the stuff being on the ground. So I was driving in it yesterday around lunchtime. And it split drivers into two kinds of people.
Okay.
Folks that were slowing it down because of the weather.
Good.
And folks that were furious that folks were slowing it down because of the weather.
Oh, jerks.
Anyone that was taking it easy had people swerving around and blowing past them.
But there's also the people that take it too slow that also cause a problem.
You do
because you start snow creeping,
But
and
is it-
everybody's got to go around your ass just to maintain.
Man, that person must be going really slow for you to have that take.
You do 45 on 390.
I mean, you
That's
admit
the law.
You admit that you go the speed limit.
I'm a speed limit guy.
You go 5 under the speed limit.
Well, I don't want to get in trouble.
So yesterday I heard honks. I saw obscene gestures. Tommy, it was intense.
Really?
And this was just from Henrietta out to Gates, back roads.
Yeah.
And it's all because there are two schools of thought when that first snow in Rochester shows up. There is the getting back into driving mode, driving mode, versus I know what I'm doing, get the hell out of my way.
All right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. What is the the right way to be when that first snow hits? Is it get back into snow driving mode, or is it I've done this my whole life? What is the effing problem?
Well, aggressive ass is never going to win the long game.
Well, you
Like
say that, but-
aggressive guy in his Ford F-150 that thinks because he's got commando tires he can go 90 past.
It's always a pickup truck.
Yeah, of course it is.
Always a pickup truck.
And it's all dudes. It's all men.
Now, I mean, the smart thing to do is to get back into the snow driving groove, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's been a long time since you've done this. It does take a special touch to manage, and a touch that you need to ease back into.
You do.
Also, you can't entirely be sure how your car's going to react. It's a year older. Your tires might be a little worn down. I'm of the belief, why be sorry than safe?
Slow down.
Right? But there were people behind me that were getting pissed the
Yeah.
F off yesterday. How long does it take you guys to get back into snow driving mode?
I think I ease into it. I think I am more cautious up front than I am when you should be the most cautious, like when we really get the snow, because you almost get a little bit too comfortable. Like, I do this every morning. I do this every day. Like, I haven't spun out yet, you know?
It is funny how the season goes on.
Yeah.
We completely abandon all of that concern that we had when that first snowed.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because then you just kind of get to your new normal.
Well, like yesterday, I probably brought it down 5 miles an hour lower than I normally do, right? But come March, when there's 2 inches of snow on 390, I will be doing 60 driving home.
Because you've been doing it for so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, I'm always in snow mode because I drive slow. I'm an old man.
I believe they call that being a bitch.
Do you do the same in the rain? Because I know some people also kind of drive this a similar way when like the roads are wet.
Probably. I'm low and slow.
What, you're the sticky lips of driving?
Yes, you know I sit low in the car because I'm small. I'm a slow driving old man where you just see the top of my head.
Look, to your point, there is nothing more frustrating than being held up unexpectedly when you're not the problem. Right? Like, I know how to do this. What is the effing deal? You know, I wonder, in all sincerity, we've had a lot of new people moving into Rochester from out of town, and I know they're mostly New York State residents, but Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse get an extreme amount of snow compared to other places.
Oh, yeah. Number one.
Are we going to have more slow drivers this year than we've ever seen in the greater Rochester area?
Based on what?
All the people moving into town. Folks buying homes.
Yeah, probably.
Coming back from places that didn't get the snow, that aren't used
You're
to.
going to see a ton of spin-outs.
You think so?
Oh, of course.
But is that from guys being dicks, or is that from people not used to driving in snow?
I think when Dick meets new guy, spin-out happens.
252 WCMF 252-9263 for a snowy afternoon yesterday in Rochester. It wasn't all that bad, but it was like that weird icy stuff where you could see the tire tracks in the road that were just sticking there. A lot of folks I saw, I was driving at lunchtime when this hit, slowing down. Other folks honking, fingers blowing past.
And what
them.
does that do for anybody, man? Nothing.
Does it give you more pride in your driving in the snow ability?
It must give you some kind of outlet of your rage, right? To flip somebody off or scream at your windshield.
Well, I don't know. Like, everybody does it. Like, road rage is a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we've seen men of the cloth kill people with crossbows. I'm not making that story up. You can Google it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I guess, you know, like, that snow was unexpected. It wasn't forecasted.
Right.
So, like, if you went out that day, you didn't think you were going to deal with this, which makes it even more frustrating. And it's the middle of the day. You probably got a lot of people coming back from lunches that they got to make it back to work on time.
I think that contributes to it, too, because you get the middle of the day driver, whether you get the person that's not working, has nowhere to be, and can take their time going places.
Yeah.
And then you get the person who may be coming back from a call or, you know, what, driving around for work purposes, coming back from lunch and has to be somewhere at a certain time.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We got folks sitting on hold. Let's talk to. All right, we got two Bens.
All right.
We got Ben we know,
Right.
and we have a Ben we don't know.
Let's go with new Ben.
All right, let's introduce a new Ben to the show. How about that? Let's go with new Ben. He's on CM. Oh, damn it, with this button. Hey, Ben, how's it going, buddy?
Not too bad. Is it me? I don't know what's Ben.
Yeah, you're new
Yes,
Ben.
yeah.
What's
Good to
going
hear
on,
from
new
you,
Ben?
buddy.
How
What's
are you,
going
new
on?
Ben?
Okay, so I'm from Oswego, New York. So I moved up here. I'm like, what snow are you guys even talking about?
I hate guys like this, but go on. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm the guy currently driving an F-150, and, you know, it gets annoying. Like, what are these people, like, where do they get their driver's license out of a cracker? Just to me, it's more fun. I'm
Okay,
like,
first
I
of
have
all,
an
what are you? Are you 80? What did you
Ben
get your driver's
is
license
exactly
out of a
what we're
Cracker Jack box?
describing.
Yes. I don't like new Ben. I don't like new Ben at all.
Well, you heard what happened to him, right?
Wait, new Ben?
Yeah, new Ben?
Yeah, what
Well, you
happened?
know, he's driving around Oswego one day, and he's like rolling down the window because he's a badass. It's freezing out. All of a sudden, his tongue catches a goddamn pole.
Wait, really?
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. New Ben. It's happening to me, too. What is happening to the Ben? This is terrible. All the humanity's a Ben.
Hey, Ben, I do actually need a favor from you, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I got to go up to Oswego for a girls' hockey tournament. There's that famous sub shop. What's the name of the sub that's like a hamburger? What's it called?
Oh, the cheeseburger sub at Oswego Sub Shop.
Yeah, but there's
It's got a name.
There's a name of it. What's the sub called, Ben?
All our fat buddies
man.
like.
Listen, I've been in the Rocks since 1998.
All right, but you've done me no good.
Every
and
fat guy goes cream corn when he hears that name.
cream corn. All right, well, thanks for nothing.
You suck.
Yeah, Ben's a boo, Ben. Everybody boo
Lousy Ben.
Bye, Ben.
Bye.
Have a good rest of the day. We could have taken a Ben we knew.
I know.
A Ben we're
The Ben
comfortable
we know.
with.
Yeah.
A Ben who is now on the air with us now. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you.
So, I'm somewhere in between driving slow and driving like a jack wagon, and so like
Halfway to
yesterday-
Jack Wagon.
I'm glad we're bringing Jack Wagon back, by the way. But go on, Ben.
Yeah. So, like in my work truck, I drive a 26. I think it's 26 or 30-foot box truck.
Okay.
So that, and it's pretty much brand new. So I'm kind of taking it easy in that thing because I don't have $90,000 to replace it. Where in my personal vehicle, I tend to drive a little bit more like a jack wagon.
Okay. What do you drive? What's your personal vehicle, Ben?
It's a 17 Jeep Renegade.
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's nothing special. But yeah.
Better than I thought we were going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Tommy, those Jeeps, sometimes they have tops that completely come off. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like
yeah,
you
yeah.
attach them and reattach them. The only thing is, like in the summertime, it really sucks trying to get the top off and then in the winter back on. Like Ben Ben just put his top back on.
Oh, so he's trying to snap it into place?
Yeah, in the car.
Yeah. Oh my God, this Ben! Oh my God, it's happening with another Ben. The Ben has been hurt on the road. It's terrible.
Hey, congrats on being not the worst Ben today, Ben.
Yeah.
It's an honor. It's a real honor. One last thing. You guys might want to get moderators for the YouTube channel and the Twitch channel.
Yeah, we're working on that as we speak, Ben. But thank you for that. I appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good rest of the day.
All right, help from Ben.
Yeah, well, Ben's helping out all over the place. How long does it take you to get back into the groove of snow driving? Like, do either of you feel? I know you don't feel comfortable right now because you always look uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah. Kimmy, how long does it take you to get comfortable? How many days of driving?
In the snow,
Yeah.
specifically? I think a couple days. Like, I would say, like, after, like, one day of having that reminder of how bad the roads can be, you're kind of in snow mode now.
And it depends if I'm by myself or if my wife's in the car.
Oh.
Because, like, if your wife's in the car, the tension goes up when there's snow out. Because now I'm going to get...
Doesn't your wife usually tell you to drive faster?
Yes. Which doesn't help. So the snow tension rises by the more people you put in your car.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that just happens in general, but yeah, with bad weather, it's got to be worse.
No, but you know what doesn't help in the snow?
What?
You know, ladies that are listening, you know what doesn't help wives, right? When you go,
Ooh.
Oh, sound effects? Yeah.
Because like, I have a windshield. I have a windshield that I can see out of, right? So if you make a noise, I assume that it's something I can't see. Yes, that is about to be terrible. And I instinctively react when you do that. If it's something we both see and I am managing it just fine, not helping.
Yes.
In fact, quite the opposite.
I'm going to jump out of my skin for no reason.
Absolutely. Why do you do that?
I'm always jumpy anyway.
Kimmy, why do you ladies do that?
You just make sound effects.
You know what it is? I think it's whoever's in the passenger seat. It's tough to not do that.
I've been in a passenger seat.
I'm going to guess.
I don't do sound effects.
It's wildly disrespectful.
I don't know what to tell you. Drive better.
And by the way, if I was going to do sound effects, I'd do better sound effects. I would do like movie themes or something like that, you know.
Zoinks! No, but like, here's the thing.
I think you may also be that way, but the thing is, like, you're usually driving, so she's always the passenger.
No, but that's the ass kicker, right? Like, you don't want to drive. My wife does not want to drive.
Yeah.
Like, if I looked at my wife and said, hey, why don't you drive in this snowstorm today? I would feel, she would say, oh, no, I want you to do it. And then when I get in there, And it's funny, too. Everyone has different skills when it comes to how well you drive, excuse me, on snow and ice. But those people you see spun out in accidents.
Yeah, they're in the snowbank.
Chances are they thought they had it under control, too.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's why it's hard to understand people who want to speed around and cut folks off. Like, you are being a dick. Like,
yes,
all those people yesterday, you were being a dick. But more importantly, everyone that just was blown by you and watched you be a dick, they were hoping they would see you in a ditch down the road.
Yes.
And as they drive by you, you are now the laughing stock of those people, right?
Yeah.
Like, just keep in mind, if only for the pride. Exactly. And they can yell whatever they want. What are you going to do? Chase them down in the snow?
Yeah.
Going to get a couple of Huskies? Carry you around? All right, let's take a break. This Bengals game on Sunday night is big.
Oh, boy.
Very, very big.
Yeah.
And you need to be firing on all cylinders for this to work. Now, Kimmy, there's been encouragement after what we saw from the Bills offense on Thursday night, last Thursday night. Also, encouragement because we got a couple of new players in his reinforcements.
Okay.
And then came the news yesterday.
Haven't really seen this before.
No,
was the
in
news?
fact, have not seen it this
The
season.
first.
Yeah, not great.
No.
Well, we got bad news again.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Well,
look,
concerning.
This could be nothing.
Yeah.
This could be nothing. But like Kimmy said, this is something we don't normally see. So what the hell?
We had a whole season of things we don't normally see.
Yeah.
We got another season of it?
Yeah, welcome to being a Bills fan, man. We'll get into it. And we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5. You need everything to go well to get this win this weekend against Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah, you do, buddy.
It's a big game.
Big rivalry.
Big game. Yeah, it's turned into one. So this news that showed up yesterday came kind of out of nowhere, unexpected. Not ideal. Not ideal at all.
No, and it was pretty vague from what it sounds like.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Bills, Bengals, Sunday night in prime time. Live right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the game,
watch it.
You can do it with one super cool dude.
I guess I could have people over.
No, I'm talking about me. I'm going to be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room out in Brockport.
Go anyway.
For the game, hanging out, having a beer. It's cheat day, bro. I'm going to eat so many cheeseburgers.
Watch Pat cheat.
You
don't even cheat right.
Bro, I'm going to have no fewer than 3 world's greatest cheeseburgers. And
you won't finish them.
Watch me finish them,
You
bitch.
can't.
Watch me,
You
bro.
changed, man.
What do you
You used
know
to be
me.
cool cheeseburger boy.
You don't know me.
You ain't a cheeseburger boy.
I will eat all of the fries until the fries are gone. And I don't mean in the basket.
You're going to
I
get
mean
sick.
In that. I don't care. It's my cheat day. Do what I want. Come watch me get sick from eating so many fries at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in
Well, now
Brockport.
you're talking some entertainment.
Come watch the game, hang out, have fun with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. Yesterday,
what happened?
Josh Allen missed his first practice of the season.
Is it the shoulder?
It's the shoulder.
God damn it.
He took the day off to rest his ailing shoulder. Now, he talked to the media. He said that the shoulder doesn't hurt. There is just discomfort, which I don't know the difference.
I'm pretty sure that's the same thing.
Kimmy, so like the expectation was, because the Bills played last Thursday night, that they got this little mini bye.
Yeah,
and
time to get right.
You got it. Everything will be good. And sure seems like maybe it got worse during that Tampa Bay game.
Well, and if I read the reports from yesterday right, he was originally supposed to be limited, and then he didn't end up practicing at all.
So he can't even do limited.
That's not okay.
I could be wrong with the way it was
know.
described.
I don't know. Let's all. We're going to calm down.
Yeah.
We're going to calm down here.
Yeah.
Everything's okay. Josh said, "Do not overreact."
But that's what he's got to say.
He went on to say, if the game had to be played yesterday, he would have played.
Yeah.
And if practice was mandatory and he had to be out there, he could have been out there.
I don't doubt that he's not going to play. I just question how
100%.
bad is the injury.
He's got to be 100%.
Josh said yesterday that this was simply a precautionary move to make sure he was as fresh and healthy as possible on Sunday.
All right.
Not going to lie, though. Was really hoping that injury report would be totally clean when it came out yesterday and simply not just from the time they had to chill. You were just chilling. Everyone was chilling out for a couple days, right? I'm a little bit on edge right now.
How can you not be?
Simply because the game Sunday night might be the biggest game of the season so far.
And you're going into the hardest part of the
hardest stretch
the schedule.
So we thought, you got Cincinnati coming up, you got Philadelphia, you got Kansas City, you got Dallas.
That's enough.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Also, there's a massive difference between 6-3 and 5-4, which is what this game means on Sunday night.
They got to have this game.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention you need AFC wins badly. If you lose to Cincy, you add that to losses
You're done.
to the
You're
Jets.
out.
You're not done, you
Bro,
idiot.
Makes
this
it
is
harder.
starting to look like done.
Shut up.
Wow.
Shut up.
You're out.
That's coming from the guy that says "blur out" every week.
Yeah, that's true.
It's starting to look done. Wait, they're 5-3, and you didn't even know this was a thing until just now.
But it
Till we
is a
told you.
thing, whether I knew it or not.
The only thing,
Know that.
in most cases, it wouldn't be a concerning situation. I just, like that whole last season, Josh was dealing with something with his shoulder.
Yeah,
and,
up until
and
like that last week of the regular season.
and
Or it was
he-
his elbow, his UCL.
his elbow. And he never was out a day of practice still.
Are we sure?
As far as I
But he's also a year older, and he's getting another year.
I don't think
of
it's a
getting
bad
banged
thing.
Around.
I don't think it's a bad thing that he's not pushing it.
Yeah, maybe they're just being smarter with his body.
All right. You got to know your body, Pat.
And he's been in this offense for a very long time. Maybe he doesn't need that day. Like, hey, we'll give
Okay.
you the chance to rest
So it
your
could be a
shoulder.
good thing.
I'm not, bro, I don't know. I don't like it. I like it, but I don't like the fact that we had to hear about it. Just don't tell me these things. Stupid Las Vegas mandating that injury reports have to be released. Like, just don't tell me. Just let them send them out there. I don't have to know anything about injury reports. How about that?
And Cincinnati's been coming up, right? They started getting better.
So that's what's interesting.
They started out
They've had
bad.
a slow start, yeah.
Yeah, they had a slow start. Joe Burrow was hurt. They've won 3 straight games, but they're beating teams that I can't tell if they're good or
Schlubs.
not. Well,
All right.
no, that's just it. Like, they beat the 49ers last week, who were 5-0.
Yeah.
That was the 49ers' 3rd straight loss, and they didn't have Deebo Samuel and another guy who's like
All right.
very valuable to that team. Also, that their defense is susceptible to the passing game, which is what the Bengals do
Okay.
well. I mean, we'll get more deeper into this tomorrow around this time when Tommy tells it like it is. You got a lot of work to do.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is a tough one to call. Like, every game for the rest of the season is going to be a tough one.
They're all tough, Pat, in this league.
Shut up.
Wins are not easy.
My favorite part of the injury report yesterday
What is
was
that?
we told you yesterday that the Bills acquired Rasul Douglas in a trade.
The new corner from Green Bay.
Okay.
And he did not practice, but not because he wasn't hurt, or not because he was hurt. It literally was listed as just got here.
Yeah, it says like shoulder, neck, toe, just got here.
All right. Didn't have enough time to unpack.
I guess.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like he was just kind of getting acclimated and meeting teammates for the first time.
Are we going to see these new guys?
That's a good
This
question.
Sunday.
So the new running back, Leonard Fournette, who they signed last week, he did practice yesterday in shorts, by the way.
Oh.
It was snowing. He's a Florida kid. He's played his whole career in Florida.
Tough guy.
Maybe.
Maybe trying to send a message.
But they were the shortest shorts I've ever seen.
Well, that's Florida, man.
No, like they were like they were like your dad in 1983 at Daytona jeans short.
Okay, like tight, around the thigh, short.
We're talking Pat Riley
Oh,
NBA
God.
Finals
All right.
short.
Mike Ditka, 85 Bears,
Oh, yeah.
practice shorts.
Oh yeah. And then the other funny thing, Jordan Phillips, Bill's D tackle, he's been here for a while.
Yeah, how are his shorts?
He was not wearing shorts. He was wearing a full Canada Goose parka underneath his shoulder pads.
You got a guy out in shorts.
Yes.
All right.
Here's the other funny part: those Canada Goose parkas cost like $3,000 to $5,000
Wait,
a piece, and he
a
was
jacket?
Yes, and he was out there sweating in it on the field.
How much they paying this kid?
Well, millions of dollars,
Yeah.
but
Holy Christ. They make a $5,000 coat
yeah, they're
in
ridiculous.
Canada?
They're absolutely
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
There was another weird injury on the report yesterday, too. We bring up Josh. He didn't practice yesterday. Out of precaution, they say. We talk about Rasul Douglas. Just got here.
Yep.
Bill's corner, Khair Elam, did not practice with an ankle injury.
So what are they going to do with him?
Well, that's just it. He was a healthy scratch for the game Thursday night. He didn't dress. This was the Bills' first practice since that game. How the hell did that happen? Did he trip over his dog?
I don't know.
Got a cold? What is it?
I don't know.
They
It
don't
said
say?
ankle.
Yeah, it says ankle. He's
Oh,
been
so it's
dealing
ankle.
with an ankle injury.
I said ankle.
Why
Yeah,
didn't hear
it is
I
that?
got
weird.
an ankle cold. Achoo. Ow, my ankle.
Weird that all of a sudden showed up.
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
How?
But this team is beat to hell already.
Well, Khair Elam wasn't going to dress
Jesus
anyway.
Christ.
You got that Russell Douglas. But I just found it weird, Kimmy. He didn't dress. He couldn't have gotten injured in
Yeah.
practice because this was the first
Or
practice
in
since
the
that
game.
game. Yeah, he
Yeah.
didn't play in the game.
Could
How the
get
hell
in-
did that happen?
Could have twisted around his house or something?
But normally that's an off-field injury, and they'll like talk about
Oh.
that. But then again, I guess why would you talk about
Yeah.
Khair Elam?
Maybe it's a lingering thing that never bothered him before. I don't know.
Didn't take his Advil that day.
Don't know.
All right. So everyone take a deep breath. Tell you what, let's take one call before we move on. 252 WCMF, talking about Josh missing his first practice of the season with his shoulder. Let's talk to Larry. Hey, Larry, what's up, buddy?
Tuffy, I tell you what, you're just like every single one of my buddies who was a Bills fan. You're making every excuse in the world for the Bills. A couple weeks ago, it was they had jet lag coming back from London. Meanwhile, when the Jaguars came back from London, they won on that same Sunday, and they went on a short week and won
Sure.
on that Thursday night.
I hear you.
You guys should have lost to the Giants. You
Shoulda.
got blessed on that pass interference call.
I hear you, buddy.
And then on Godwin, if he turns around and locates that ball up in the air, you would have won on
Larry, I hear you. I don't know how we have a win at all this season, Larry.
Well, I'm just saying.
No, that's what I'm
Bills
saying to
gotta
you.
go-
But see, here's the thing, Tommy. Here's the thing. But it counts for all of us. Like, I have said wrong things in the past, right? We say wrong things all the time. But, like, my name's on it, right? Like, you could find me on Twitter and Instagram. You can email me. You listen to me. You can call the show. Is Larry your real name?
It is for today.
So you called a radio show to make fun of my Bills takes and changed your name.
Are you name shaming me now? What are you doing?
Being such a bitch. Like, if you want to call up and tell me about something that happened in your neighborhood or your wife's cheating on you, like, I understand that. I don't want to embarrass you. But Larry, which is not your real name, this is the most puss thing I've ever heard.
Come on, listen. You know what? Bills fans got to go back to being the lovable losers, smashing tables, and throwing sex toys out on the field. That's what they need to go back to.
What's worse? Cheering for a team that loses, does that make you a loser? Or calling a radio show with a fake name with football takes?
Well, come on, I tell you. Listen, but you're not realistic.
Larry, you're not your name, though. It's not your name. I'm going to let you go, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. You think that's not real, right?
It is today.
He changed his name
to make
not
fun of
Larry?
the Bills. I don't know why.
Okay. Let's
Weird.
take a break. We got a doozy of a story to tell you.
What happened?
Comes to us from Batavia. In fact, a great place out in Batavia that we like going to.
Okay.
It starts with a little breaking and entering in the parking lot, at least according to police. But where it goes gets a little bit crazier. And the crime in this story, that's part of it.
Okay.
But it's what this man broke, according to police, while it was happening, that is so astonishing. Because if you've ever raised kids as a father, you know how hard it was to find a place to have to change them. But the world has changed so much that now even this place has one of these?
Wow.
We'll get into it. And we'll do it next to the break from 96.5 WCMF. This story's about to go 5 different places at once.
What happened?
Well, it's a crime that didn't have to happen, Tommy. It's a man who I'm sure is regretting the allegations he's facing. But the fact that this thing he allegedly destroyed exists in this place opens up a whole other line of questions. Because I cannot imagine a lot of people, if any, would have a use for this thing in this place. Even though if you are a father, you hear this and go, oh, thank God.
But it's destroyed.
Well, now it is.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we told you yesterday, John Mellencamp live and in person. He's kicking off his tour, I believe, right here in Rochester.
Damn.
The West Her Auditorium Theater, March 28th, courtesy of Bowery. The Bowery presents, excuse me. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. We got tickets for you.
Nice.
Do not call right now.
Okay, I'll wait.
No, yes. Wait.
Okay.
I can see you.
Hold.
Thank you. We will get you those tickets in just a little while.
Okay.
And we'll do it here. Wink. In the break room. Wink.
I don't think you can wink at Mellencamp.
Wink.
He don't play.
Sure, no. Mellencamp looks like a winker. All those Midwestern guys, they love winking. I'm a young man looking out of one eye because I can't stop winking. Little pig winking. We'll get you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. This is
little pig
winking from you to me, or me to you. Shut up, Tommy. The story went down at Batavia Downs Casino.
Oh.
A 19-year-old man had himself a hell of a night. The police were first called to the casino for reports of this man going through cars. When they got there, however, he was nowhere to be found. But, according to the story, they eventually found him.
Where did they find him?
In the bathroom, asleep.
Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Curled up on a bathroom floor.
Now, we'll talk about that in a second. So he had passed out in the bathroom.
God, I hope he passed out.
Well, I say passed out. I don't know. He may have just went to sleep.
Yeah.
And so he's asleep in the bathroom of Batavia Downs. And so far, this story is a little bit strange, but we've only just begun.
Okay.
When casino security awoke him, the 19-year-old, quote, became irate.
Oh.
And Tommy, you understand. Kids just trying to catch a nap in the casino bathroom, right? Don't we live in America?
Yes.
He is accused of causing some damage after being woken up.
What did he damage?
The big thing included in this story, he damaged the baby changing station inside the Batavia Downs bathroom.
Okay.
Inside the casino.
Yes. He's been arrested. Court date next week. Tommy, what is the first thing that jumps out at you with all the details of the story?
You got a baby.
No.
In a casino.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Batavia Downs has a baby changing station in the men's room?
Because you got to be 21 to enter a casino.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Is it,
No, you
it's
have
18.
to.
No, is it 18?
I think.
It's for...
It might be 18.
I thought all casinos you had to... I know for all the shows you got to be 21.
You might be right, it's 21.
But you got to be of age.
Yes.
I didn't think you could bring a baby into a casino. How bad you losing? I'm going to go all in plus a baby.
So, look, Batavia Downs is great. Is it 18? I thought it was 18. It might be 21.
It might be 21 in New York.
But you can't bring a kid in there.
No,
I guess that's my point.
Exactly. And here's the thing.
And that's a baby is the smallest size baby child.
Let me Google that. Hold on.
That's the smallest version of kid.
So, like, the restaurants inside Batavia Downs, delicious.
Yeah.
I go to the sports collectors convention they have there. It's top notch, right? What you don't see a lot of, to your point, babies.
You don't know.
Who is using the baby changing station in the men's room at Batavia Downs Casino? Over under 1.5 times that men's room baby changing station has ever been used inside Batavia Downs.
They probably didn't even know they had it until it got broken.
By the way, for the purpose of changing a baby.
Yes.
It's also a good thing for all you dads out there. Well, it shows how fast the world is changing.
Yeah.
Tommy, come back with me.
Yeah.
Because my oldest, she's 13 now.
Yeah.
But as little as 10, 11 years ago, it was almost impossible to find a baby changing station.
Yeah, they're all over now.
In any men's room. And it drove me insane because if I'm out with my diapered little one, she takes a dump, the only changing station's out in the ladies' room. What am I supposed to do?
No, you got,
I'm out in the car. You ever try and change a poopy diaper in the back seat of a car?
No.
Yeah, and the officer told me to just get out of the car.
The amount of times, like at the mall or a Target or something, I had to take my kid out, open the door, lay her on the back seat, change her. I always got poop on my seats. Meanwhile, every woman that wants to can go into their bathroom, and there's like 15 baby changing stations sitting in there.
So I do notice now, like, because I was just traveling, a lot of the airports have those men's room, ladies' room, family room.
Yes.
Where you could just go in there with your kids and do whatever you got to do with the kids.
Sure.
And that's men and women, I'm assuming.
Yeah, family.
Right, for the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have that.
But I mean,
I wonder if it's mandatory now if you own a business of like any size, you have to have one of those changing tables.
It's a good question.
I'll call Channel 10.
Thank you.
That would make sense.
But I mean, even whether or not that's a law, if even the casino racetrack now has a men's room baby changing station.
Who's bringing that child?
But we've come a long way. Now, like they do hold events there.
Okay.
That are outside of the casino.
Right.
They also have a hotel. Now they've built that hotel a couple of years ago.
Right.
So, but again, like you don't expect to see.
No, I don't expect to see kid anything at a casino. It's adults only.
But it was a strike for dad's rights
Oh, there you
at
go.
the racino. So going back to the actual crime in the story, again, we're talking about this 19-year-old kid out in Batavia. Police are called to the casino, reports that he's going through cars. When security finds him, he's in the bathroom in Batavia Downs. He's accused of becoming irate when being woken up, sleeping in the bathroom, destroying the baby changing station in the bathroom. Where do you think this guy was sleeping in the bathroom?
It just had to be straight on the floor. Hopefully not anywhere near the dumper or the urinal. The only other place it would be is in front of the sink.
Okay.
Which is still gross.
There's no way he was asleep on the floor in the bathroom. There's no way.
Where else would you sleep? You think he fell asleep on the dumper?
On the toilet.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
In the stall.
All right.
It has to be. Because, look, if somebody was curled up in the corner of the bathroom.
Yeah, because you could shut the door.
Yeah.
People wouldn't even know you're in there, really.
Yeah.
All right. But they found him.
Yes.
Which means I'm thinking he's on the floor.
Was he sick?
I don't know. It says he was asleep.
I was going to say, because you know how, like, you have a bad night, you're puking, and you take a rest for a second, and maybe he fell asleep.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. That my first mind went to he was puking, and that's why he was on the floor.
He could have had that. I got passed out.
Okay,
thing.
but if anybody walks in that bathroom and sees a man laying on the floor, they're going to call security immediately,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Here's what I'm thinking, right? Now, they know, I mean, those casinos have cameras everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So they know what this guy looks like.
And they clean them constantly. So there's constantly people in there.
Yeah.
You got it. The cameras.
What?
The bathrooms, you mean? They clean the bathrooms constantly?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
Like every 30 minutes, there's somebody in there cleaning.
So what I'm getting at is, although there's not a camera in the bathroom, obviously, they would have saw that the kid went in there and never came out. So even if he's in a stall, they would be aware, he didn't climb through the roof, right?
But he was also doing stuff out in the parking lot prior to that?
According to police, yes. He was going into cars.
Okay, so they were probably looking for him.
Okay, so with that being said, bold move by security to go in and get him. Because you'd have to be really sure the man you're looking for would be behind the door of the dumper you're checking.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how do you make...
If that's your scenario.
If he's in the stall, let's hypothetically
All
say
right, so
he's
he's
in
on
the stall.
the dumper. All right.
How do you make sure he's the guy you're looking for?
Well, you tap on the door first, right?
Okay, what do you say?
Everything okay in there?
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm fine.
What are you doing in there?
I'm taking a dump.
Prove it. All right, nothing to smell here. Yeah, I don't know.
How do you know that's the guy behind the door?
But they must train for all. I mean, security has to train for all this stuff.
Okay, but the only way you could identify him, would be able to identify him, is by his shoes.
Right.
And even then, there's nothing that says that it's not someone
Standard
with
shoe.
similar looking shoes.
Okay.
Were they interviewing people through the door while they were pinching one off?
Could be.
Would you be willing, if that's the way they had to do this, to have a conversation with security while you're taking a dump?
Well, yeah, I guess
you might not have a choice.
Yeah.
Well, you do.
I mean, I'm innocent.
Well, yeah.
I'm an innocent dumper.
Well, you're doing something sinful, but you are innocent.
Right.
Knock on the door.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's your name?
Patrick.
You've lied to an official security official you've been arrested. Like, think about that. Just having to... Have you ever had to say your name out loud while you were taking a dump?
I can't remember.
Because that feels shameful.
Yeah. Like you're being questioned while dumping.
You would have to identify yourself to a bathroom full of people while taking a dump. I mean, it's supposed to be private for a reason.
Yeah, true. There's a door there.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say my name out loud mid-dump. It's like yelling your name out loud mid-sex. It's just weird.
Yeah, and if we get my name wrong. Are you Tom Mule?
Like, even if you're innocent, that would be a very awkward interaction to have, right?
And you'd kind of jump out of your ass skin, too, because you don't expect it.
Sure. But I guess they wouldn't ask your name because they wouldn't know the guy's name. Were you just breaking into cars before you were taking this dump?
No.
Well, that's what everyone would say.
Says Pat Duffy.
I would love to know how they pulled this off. Like, I really need this information.
Yeah, because you got to protect people's privacy on top of that. So you can't go like peeking.
Which you can't.
What are you doing? Like half an eyeball coming through that crack. Hey! Hey, I see you.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dan. Hey, Dan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm thinking he tried to sleep on the baby table. That's why he got destroyed.
Okay, but that would be the easiest way to find him ever, Dan.
The collapsed baby
Well,
table?
I know all about that because Pat's mom just would not, the baby table. It destroyed enough of them.
Little stumbling,
Damn it, Dan.
Dan, I mean, if you're going to come through strong, Dan.
All right. Sorry, guys.
Can we ban Dan from ever calling the show ever again? Just for the bad joke, Dan. Thanks. Have a good rest of the day. Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Talking about this guy asleep in the bathroom, assuming he was in a stall after he's allegedly breaking into cars at Batavia Downs. How do you find him? Here's the common sense Facebook message of the day from Eric. He says, security has keys to all of the stalls. That's how they got him.
Yeah, but you guys can't randomly open up stalls and take a peek at people dumping.
Back to what you were doing. Sorry about that. Of course I have a key to the stall, you idiot. Every nickel is a key to the stall.
Yeah.
There's not a lock on it.
Now, it might be he started out on the dumper, fell asleep, ended on the floor.
Slid out?
Like, he just kind of passed out, and now he's on the floor. So if they just took a peek underneath, you would see this guy crumpled up on the floor.
Okay, I guess that's possible, but how sleep would you have to be?
Oh, bro, if I'm drunk, I'm amazed of how I've fallen asleep before after I've been drinking.
Okay. Falling asleep on the toilet would be one thing.
Yeah.
Like that, I get.
But slumped over.
Okay.
Yeah.
But for you to be so drunk that you have ended up on the floor flat of a bathroom at a casino racetrack and it would not wake you up?
But it would wake you up, but you may go back to sleep. That's what I'm talking about. That's. I don't know how drunk you've been, but I have fallen asleep on some really unusual surfaces.
Can you give me the most unusual surface you have fallen asleep on? I will punch you in your face. I will punch you in your face.
Kimmy, what do you think that would be?
What?
The most unusual surface I've fallen asleep on.
Pat's mom.
So remember I fell asleep on the
Why would you do that?
Do you remember?
He was scared.
I thought he was setting me up. I don't know.
He was.
Fort Walton Beach.
Okay.
Spring break. I'm doing comedy outside on the beach with this other jamoke.
Tommy's career was going so well. He was doing outside sand comedy.
Yeah. So I get wasted. I've been drinking all day. It's hotter than hell. It's into the night. I decide I'm going to lay back on my car, on the hood of my Geo Metro, and just look at the stars, and my head is spinning.
Yeah.
I didn't wake up till the next morning on the hood of my car. And no cop ever even woke me up. There was so much debauchery going on that a 33-year-old guy laying on his car, dressed not for the beach, they just left alone.
I passed out on my Geo Metro in Fort Walton. Is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. We got more Facebook messages coming in again. We're talking about this 19-year-old kid out of Batavia Downs. Police get called. They say he was going through cars. Security ends up finding him in the bathroom. According to the story here, they say he became irate and he broke the baby changing table inside the bathroom. We're trying to figure out.
And that's after they woke him up, correct?
That's what I'm gathering from the story.
Like he flipped out.
This is what I'm gathering from the story. We have more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Tom writes, you think it's bad for the people in the stalls? How about the poor security guards having to smell a bunch of dumps looking for this guy? Also a great point.
They may have one of them dump sniffing dogs called a dog.
All right, let's take a break. We'll go from one crime story to another. And we often don't. Well, we don't like to do this, but this next story is not so much about the crime, but about how this could happen and not be a crime that we're all familiar with. Because there's a new type of crime that we've seen over and over again, named specifically in some stories. Like we know that car stealing has been through the roof in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
But this man we're going to talk about is not charged with grand theft auto.
Oh.
He's not charged with stealing a car.
No, that's why I was like, is there more to this? Am I missing something?
Look, well, that's just it. We'll tell you what he's charged with. And we've seen it like 10 or 11 times the last 2 months.
Yeah.
What is the difference? What has to happen different to make this charge and not grand theft auto? We'll get into that.
Okay.
But John Mellencamp, live and in person. One night only is coming to the Wester Auditorium Theater, March 8th, 2024, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. But why wait till then?
Mm-hmm.
How about you win a pair right now?
Jump on it.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take the 8th caller, you, and someone you care about or not. I'm not your mom. I don't care. Can go see John Mellencamp again at the Wester Auditorium Theater, March 8th, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Tickets on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. Ticketmaster.com. 8th caller, 252-WCMF. Best of luck! From your friends here in the break room on CMF. It sounds like he stole a car.
Oh,
but he's not being charged with stealing a car.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on CMF. This is a very strange charge.
What
And
happened?
We've started to see it on a semi-regular basis because it sounds like this person stole a car.
Okay.
But they're not being charged with stealing a car.
What did they get charged with?
I'm going to tell you what they got charged with.
I'm
in a
going to
second.
listen.
Okay, good. And if the reason they're not being charged with stealing a car is a relationship they had with this person, how close do I have to be to somebody to be charged with this and not Grand Theft Auto?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have our winner for the John Mellencamp tickets. Kimmy, who's going to see John Mellencamp?
Chris.
Chris is going to see John Mellencamp.
Lucky bastard.
Yep, Chris and a friend or a foe or whoever. If you are still calling, like I said, we gave them away, but no worries. I believe we have more John Mellencamp tickets to give away. And if you are not lucky, they do go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. This story comes to us from Wayne County.
What happened way out there?
We have another story of a man who was arrested for, and I quote, taking a car without permission.
Okay.
Authorities say this all started after police got a call for an accident. And when they got there, they located a vehicle that had been abandoned after the crash. They contacted the person the car was registered to and discovered the man driving the car at the time did not have permission to take it.
Was an unauthorized ride.
You got it. Because of that, 9 days later, this man was arrested, charged with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. He has a court date coming up. It's a strange charge, only because based on the details of the allegations we have here, sure sounds like he stole a car.
Right.
But you knew the person.
But you
but we don't
labeled it
know
as
that.
But it kind of
borrowing.
sounds like.
But we don't know that.
True. Well, how else would that? What other scenario would that be?
That somebody he took a purse and drove the car away.
Okay, but you still like you would have stolen the keys to take the car.
No, but I mean you can't.
Yeah, how did you get the keys? Because you would have had to steal the keys.
But even
and
if
then you stole the car.
If it wasn't.
It sounds like they know each other.
Okay, but even if you know the person,
Right.
you would have to steal the keys to take the car.
Right, unless you kept the keys in the car and you knew that.
Okay, but that's steal. If I leave
Yeah.
my keys in a car, somebody stole my car.
But
I mean,
you didn't. You took it without permission is what it sounds like, right?
No, but that's what the charge is. Unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. The headline says, man charged after taking a car without permission.
Sounds like a lesser charge.
It does sound like a lesser charge. 252 WCMF. We're not lawyers. I know we have like at least one that listens sometimes when he's not doing lawyer stuff. We in the break room have seen multiple stories like this the last couple of months. And we cannot, for the life of us, figure out what the difference is between Grand Theft Auto, stealing a car, and borrowing it without permission, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle.
Could it possibly be that you have a history of borrowing the car, and then this one you didn't ask, you just took?
Okay.
So there's some history there, I guess.
But how do you define that in a law?
I don't know.
But
I don't write
it's,
law.
It's a different charge. Now, I am aware.
It sounds too vague to stick almost.
Well, no, because people get charged with it all the time.
No, because I could say, well, it's how you interpret it. Because like stealing a car is straight up.
Bless
you
you.
broke in, you punched the window, you took the car.
Sure,
That's
sure,
straight
sure.
up. I can't debate that.
Got it.
This has wiggle room because I can say, well, no, he said you could use the car when I needed the car.
But that's if that was the case. Like here's my favorite part about you.
What's that?
You make an assumption. You then, in your head, after you make the assumption, determine that's what the law is.
Yes.
And then you argue why the law you just made up wouldn't make sense, which is obvious because you just made it up.
It's too vague.
The law you just made up.
Yes.
Okay.
Is this a situation where this person has used this car before?
That's what I'm thinking.
No, you said it differently.
And has used this car before. You only usually they ask, or this person knows.
That's what I said.
Knows when they're taking it, and this one time they just took off with the car.
Okay, but that's
without
still
warning.
stealing a car.
It is.
But
I guess it would depend on how the person who owns the car, and maybe it depends on how they portray it.
I could interpret that agreement any way I want.
Well, no, you can't, because if you said if you lent me $20 and I went into your wallet and stole 40, and I go, well, he gave me 20 one time, I interpreted that he would give me money anytime. I stole money out of your wallet.
All right. Okay. Yes.
Could it be a child of the car owner?
I'm looking at this. Okay, maybe. So in that case, does it have to do with the relationship you have to the person?
Oh.
If I'm in a close relationship with someone, does it change the charge? Because I could, in theory, steal a car from my brother or my mother or my best friend.
Yeah.
How would that be different than stealing a car from a stranger?
It can't be. Unless that person doesn't want to press charges,
But they are pressing a charge.
So my old man was King Glom.
Yes.
And he had a neighbor that when they lived in Florida, they were snowbirds. They came down from Chicago back and forth. They always had a car there. So he would let my father use the car when the guy wasn't there.
Because he wanted to make sure the car was still
he didn't want to put it on a battery tender, all that stuff. My old man took full advantage of it. Like, the agreement was if you could drive it once in a while, maybe, once a week, just start it up.
Okay.
My old man turned it into his personal car. So technically, he took an agreement where, hey, could you just start my car once a week? So they were taking day trips. So, like, if that car went missing and the guy would go, I didn't give him permission. I asked him to just look in on my car, not use my car as his personal car.
Okay.
Technically, my father broke the agreement, which would fall under this, I would think.
I don't know. Did he? Because that seems like a pretty vague thing the neighbor asked him to do.
So, to my point, how you interpret the agreement with the car and a friend.
You just made it up.
Yes.
You keep arguing.
Well, hold on. All laws are made up.
No, but you keep arguing.
Thou shalt not insert made up things.
You keep interpreting this law that is obviously flawed that you just created as nonsense appropriately because it is nonsense. But that's not the law as far as we know.
We don't know what the law is for just being in a car that wasn't authorized.
And the fact that nobody knows is also a little bit alarming.
I think I figured it out.
I don't think you did.
Under the Mike Muley auto agreement of 1979 South Florida.
You drive one car, you can drive them all.
Bro, he used that car like to the point where he didn't want to give it back. Like, the guy moved, and he goes, well, what about the car deal? Like, he still wanted the car.
Well, you're going to move. What if you leave the car behind and use it if you ever come back to visit?
It's what you laugh.
No, he did not say that.
It doesn't hurt to ask. That's what my old man says.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this man out in Wayne County. He was, there was an accident. Police were called to the accident. They found an abandoned car. They called the person registered with the car. The person goes, I was not there for that. A week later, they end up arresting a man. They didn't charge him with Grand Theft Auto. They charged him with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. They said he took the car without permission. And we've seen this charge like a dozen times in the last couple of months, and we cannot figure out what the difference is between stealing a car and taking a car without permission. Somebody's been through this.
Oh,
someone with experience.
Here we go.
My dad's on the phone.
Let's talk to Redneck. Hey, Redneck, what's up, buddy?
How's it going, fellas?
Good.
And ladies. Tommy, I'm talking to you and Kimmy when I say ladies, but
take that! Unauthorized use of a joke.
I've been through this, guys. Back when I was like 18, 19 years old, I was in between jobs. I had a vehicle that was titled in my name, and a friend put it on the road for me, and they registered it and insured it. And I was 3 days late with the insurance payment, and they called the cops and said that I stole their plates, and it came back unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Even though it was titled in my name, I still had to ask them to use it whenever I wanted to because it was their insurance and their plates.
Okay. So if the car,
even though if you don't have insurance or registration on it, you can't take it on the road, so you don't have anybody to ask to use it. You're not using it under somebody else's stuff.
Okay, all right.
That's one incestuous use of a motor vehicle for a Southerner.
That's what it should be charged with.
Yes.
Incestuous. Mike
You driving incest.
Yeah.
Sauce.
Okay, so let me just make sure I got this clear. As far as you're concerned, Redneck, if you are driving a car that is registered in your name, but the insurance is under someone else's name, and something were to go wrong, nope, damn it.
No.
Settle down,
Titled.
son.
You own the car. Okay, put it to you this way: you own a vehicle.
I own it. Okay,
you
it's
don't
mine.
have yep, and I offer to put it on the road for you and insure it.
Okay.
I can call the cops. If you make me mad, I can call the cops on you and say you have unauthorized use of a motor vehicle because it's my plates and my insurance.
So the car is under another person's name.
The owner, yes, correct.
But you're
No,
you're not making this any easier, Redneck.
Yeah, I'm confused.
We're both very dumb.
And I drove Southern busted.
That's a terrible way to talk about your mother. All right, Redneck, we're going to try with somebody else, but thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. What the hell is this?
Somebody out there got that. I missed part of it. So.
Nobody got any of it.
If
Tommy
you're
and I-
listening in Alabama, you understood that.
So if the car, no, I'm not even gonna try.
No, we got somebody else.
Right.
Somebody else can explain it. 252 WCMF 252-9263. The difference between Grand Theft Auto and taking a car without permission. John's gonna save the day. Johnny, what do you got?
All right. What happens is I work for a large company here in Rochester, and between 8 and 4, I'm permitted to use the company vehicle. If I come back after hours, use that truck or vehicle, and get into an accident, then it is classified as unauthorized use because I'm only authorized to use the company vehicle and that allotted time.
On company time.
That makes sense. But
Right.
here's
That
my
makes
question. Here's my question, John, and you may not have this expertise. Is that charge only used when it comes to work vehicles? Because we've seen other situations where people take cars from like girlfriends and brothers and stuff, and they're not charged with Grand Theft Auto. They're charged with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle.
I have no idea.
Ah, thanks for nothing, dick.
Your ma.
John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, so we kind of got a little somewhere.
Well, a little bit.
But this
So unauthorized use of a vehicle could be with outside of company hours if it's a company vehicle.
But how is
situation.
that not stealing the car?
Right. It's the same thing.
You stole the car.
But you have permission to drive it normally?
But not then.
Unless you want to go into the Redneck Friends and Lovers Act.
Can I ask a question? Go back to that story. I'm sorry.
The redneck story?
He's so confident. Like, I had a car, and my friend offered to put it on the road for me. That's not a common thing.
And why? Why did you have a car, but somebody else offered to put it on the road for
Could you not get
Because you were
insured?
so busted.
Or
no, you were so...
Because it was under a friend's insurance and license plate?
You
Is
couldn't
that
get
what I got out
insurance,
of that?
maybe, or something?
Maybe, but then, okay.
All right.
Or it was in a transitional process.
That's a lot of layers of management for one car.
Well, I mean, if you need a car, I guess you're going to do whatever you're going to do.
And we did.
Here is one thing I'm dying to know.
All right.
What the relationship was with this man and the person who he allegedly took the car from. Because if it's work, that makes sense. We understand it now. But if we're being honest, there are some people in your life who could swipe your car, but you wouldn't call the cops on them.
No, of course not.
Right? Like, parents aren't going to call on a kid most of the time. You wouldn't want a sibling
Family.
arrested, right?
Blood family.
Exactly.
Unless they were complete scuzz.
If the difference in these two charges is something like access to your keys, who could you invite into your home that would know you well enough where they know where your keys are and they would have enough time alone in your house to take your car without you noticing, but if they were caught, you would want them arrested? That's like an infinitesimally small amount of people.
Yeah, I can't even think at this stage of my life who that would be.
Because like my brother, for example.
Right, but you're not gonna bust your brother.
No, I'm not going to. I mean, even my dad. Like, I'm not, my dad could walk in my house. He knows where my keys are. If he took my car and crashed it, I don't think I would want him charged unless I would have to.
So the only other people that would be outside of like blood would be somebody that's been in your house to do work. Like let's say somebody comes in to do some work around your house and he's got a couple of side guys.
Yeah.
And one of them side guys sees those keys laying there.
But I wouldn't have given them permission to use my car. So it's stealing my car.
Right, so that would be stealing the car.
How are you so bad at
I'm
this?
trying to think of
How are you so bad at this?
I don't know.
Like the look, if you're watching on the
I
live
can't
stream.
figure out who else would be in my house that would do that.
If you're
That wouldn't be stealing.
I can't figure out what the hell's wrong with your brain. Like, if you're watching a live stream on YouTube, Twitch, WCMF, or the Odyssey app, like watching his face as his brain works this out, I'm in pain watching your face.
All right, let's say this. I got a guy working at my house, a couple of guys.
Okay.
And my car is blocking something.
Gotcha.
And they go, hey, man, we need to move your car. And I go, hey, the keys are right there. If you guys just put it where you want it.
Okay, all right.
Dude takes off. Takes off of my car.
No, but he stole my car.
Well, you said put it where I
No,
wanted.
I said put it where you
in my
want it.
driveway.
Dude took my car.
Okay.
Dude, that's my car.
I guess in that specific situation.
Now, maybe he was going to run and grab everybody lunch. Maybe he had to go get some parts.
Borrowing it for
But
some
he didn't say
short-term reason.
anything. He just left with the car.
But why would you let a guy working on your house borrow your car to go get
7
parts?
days later, he comes back with the part.
You're an idiot.
Because of supply chain issues.
All right. 252 WCMF.
There is no answer.
Well, we're going to try this again. We're going to get this effing answer because
All
we've
right.
been wondering for months. Mike's going to tell us. He's got it. Hey, Mikey, what's going on?
All right, so this whole situation here, I'm wondering if you guys had somebody you could talk to that knows the intricacies of law enforcement and stuff, like, maybe somebody who's semi-retired and, doesn't do a whole lot when the Red Wings aren't playing.
Okay, I'll be straight up with you. My dad has no idea, and I promise you that. I promise you, he just arrests him, and then the prosecutor's like, this is what we're charging with. He goes, yeah, and he writes that down in the report.
Oh, but at least it'd give you some legitimacy, see? But
once
then
again,
lose all the content we had over the last 20 minutes.
Once again, there would be no legitimacy based on that source, Mike.
But he looks legitimate. I've seen him.
Have you seen him lately? I will argue at that point also. He looks like he's always wearing a bulletproof vest even when he's not.
I would trust him to guard a dozen donuts.
Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, one more try.
All right.
One more try.
There we go.
252 WCMF. Eric's going to nail it.
We're rooting for you, Eric.
Come on, Eric. You can do this.
All right, so we're going to be real quick here, guys.
Okay.
First of all, just so you know, grand theft auto is not a charge in New York State. It's just grand larceny.
Okay, shut up, Eric. You're not helping us, but go on.
And you're making it quick.
Okay, so unauthorized use is basically if you've had access to the vehicle at one point. Like if you're a family member that have at one point had permission to use the vehicle. Like, let's say if you're a child, if you're somebody's kid, you've gotten permission to use the car, but they said you need to have it back by 7 or 8 o'clock at night. You don't show up back at 7 or 8 o'clock at night. After that, technically, you can be charged with unauthorized use if they wanted to. To have the grand larceny, you had to have not had access to the keys, not had ever had any permission to use it. You just came across the car and took it.
Okay, so with all of these people the last couple of months being charged with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, you believe that they at one point had permission to take said car.
They knew the owner.
Well, no, but you cannot know the owner and have permission to take it, much like a
business?
a rental car or a business, something like that. So, Eric, at one point they had permission to take it. They overstayed their permission, and that is what got them this charge.
Correct. And like you guys were talking about, too, it could be like there could have been conditions to, okay, you can use the car, but you can use it for only this purpose or only during these times, and you use it outside of those times or outside of that purpose.
Eric, are you the guy that called the other day that finished last in his law class?
No.
Eric, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
All right. And
so here, I'm sorry, Eric, I didn't mean to cut you off. So here's the problem.
What?
Here's the problem. That sounds right.
Yeah.
Right. That
it
sounds good.
it makes
I mean,
sense.
it's good enough.
Yeah, but we are all now trusting, after this whole discussion,
Yeah.
the voice of a guy who we do not know, who we've never met before, whose qualifications we do not understand.
Yeah, but I'm confident
we liked
with that. As long as it's something I want to hear, I'm going to go with it.
And that's the story of the break room.
Let's take a break.
Okay.
There was a championship won last night. In fact, one of the major 4 championships was won last night.
Yeah.
And I know not a single person in this room watched a minute of it.
I don't even care.
Why? But you should.
I don't care about these teams.
You commie, pinko, bitch ass.
Well, they haven't been great games. Like, they haven't been like close games.
First one was an all-time classic.
I don't even
and
care
then
about
after that, I believe Tommy would qualify it as a blur.
Yeah. Did you care?
I wanted to care.
So you didn't even watch.
Well, I forgot it was on until it
You forgot.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. It's all over.
What happened?
America's pastime is done.
Oh,
for
man,
the
I was
remainder.
having so much fun blowing it off.
Okay. Like, you almost don't watch it on purpose because you think it makes you cool.
It's boring. I don't care about these teams. I don't know anybody. Nobody does.
Well, here's what sucks. It was awesome up until when it really mattered.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. For those who don't know, the MLB season came to an end. Your Texas Rangers beat the Arizona Diamondbacks last night.
In their 63rd season. It's happened! The Texas Rangers win the World Series!
Their first ever World Series.
That's amazing.
They win 5-0 last night in Game 5, and neither of you care.
Not even sold out. It was cushion night.
Shut up.
No, it was definitely so. I mean, it looked
He
packed.
was making a joke of me.
No, I know.
Well, actually, it was sold out. It was World Series. A clincher game.
Well, I could also see him thinking that it wasn't.
And everybody gets a cushion.
Why do you think you're cool for not enjoying these games?
I don't think I'm cool. I just think I'm better.
What? Say that again.
I don't think I'm cool. I just think I'm better than this. There's so much better crap to watch on television than this.
Yeah, but there wasn't anything going on last night.
Saber skated. That's what I was watching.
Oh my God!
Well,
there's
not everybody has a Sabres.
Big 5-2 win last
Everybody
night.
had this.
Netflix, Hulu, whatever I want to watch. This.
But you can watch
And by the
it-
way, what time did this stupid game get over?
So that's how stupid you are, is based on the rule changes that they implemented. Every game that was played was over before or right around 11 p.m. Eastern time.
It's 11 o'clock.
Those games used to go until midnight.
The only people up at 11 o'clock are baseball fans and carjackers.
Almost everybody but us is up till 11 o'clock on a
Nobody
weeknight.
I guarantee the ratings were like crapola.
Okay, here's what sucks.
Below junior league soccer.
No, the ratings have been phenomenal for the baseball playoffs. They've
Phenomenal for baseball.
Here's what I'm going to talk to Kimmy.
They
now.
couldn't even touch a Friends episode.
No, especially
May he
right
rest
now.
in peace.
Yeah.
Kimmy, did your husband watch it last night?
He did. He
Okay.
caught the end of it.
Your husband.
Wait, he didn't watch the whole thing?
I think he started watching like early on. It was like maybe the third inning.
And he's a
started.
baseball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played in
I mean, he
college.
was
That's what I'm
rooting.
saying.
I think he found himself just rooting for the
To be over.
Diamondbacks to make it a good series.
Rooting
you know
for
what I
Hot
mean?
Pockets at 11.
I think that's what you start rooting for when you don't really care either way.
No, I'm with you because that's what I was.
5-0.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what sucks.
What?
Short of the first game of this World Series, which was an instant classic, the rest of the games were duds. Mostly blowouts.
Yeah.
And it was the opposite of what the rest of the baseball playoffs were. All playoffs long. It was back and forth and drama-filled and
Grit,
exciting. And there were villains and there were heroes. And it's almost...
They ain't got good villains. You ain't got no
there were a couple
Billy
players on there. I was like,
Martin,
oh, I forgot
cool
about
dude.
that guy.
Thank you, Kimmy.
You ain't got one alcoholic in that
Bro,
league.
one of the Texas Rangers wore a fastball in an elimination, or a game before an elimination game, a game 6. He threw at him, hit him, benches cleared in the
And by the way,
ALCS, man.
And those fights aren't even fights anymore.
Fine, but the
it's like they're doing the cha-cha out there. Fly me to the moon.
Is that a cha-cha?
I don't know.
It's probably not. My daughter's a ballroom dancer. No big deal. I can help you with this.
It's a great dance, though.
Shut up. It's almost like Kimmy, the sports gods, were like, ooh, now that people are watching again, we're going to make these games as boring as possible.
Hey, you interested in baseball? Not anymore.
Yes, like because I was look during the playoffs, I was
Yeah.
going out of my way to watch these games because
Yeah.
everyone that I turned on was just dynamite. It was dynamite sports, dynamite drama, and there's something about baseball now with the pitch clock. It's the perfect time to build the drama and get the payoff.
But this is when you're watching a game, unless you're at the stadium, which that I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't your mind drift? Like when I start watching these games, I forget. I start thinking about other stuff. I'm not even invested unless there's some actual action going on.
Have you watched a game since the pitch clock was implemented?
No, I have not.
So there you go.
I can't think of the last time I sat down and watched an entire effing baseball game. Outside of like going to Frontier Field.
The pitch clock is pretty much now the same amount of time between NFL plays, 25
right.
seconds to 30 seconds.
Would like a local tie get you more into watching baseball? Because I know that there are a lot of
he's
kids
good.
from this area coming up, and I feel like it's becoming a bigger baseball pool of kids, I guess.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But you don't
'cause I
have to
know
be doing
some of them are
something.
playing D1 right now, and that never happened really here, 10, 20 years ago.
No, you're right. It is weird how there's been a baseball explosion.
You had a kid here who was playing for the White Sox for a little bit, but
Yeah,
he wasn't in regular rotation.
No, but there's been a couple of guys that are, as you like to say, in quote regular rotation. Like you hear one term in a baseball game and you use it for the rest of your
And
life.
I know it pisses you off because it's the correct term.
Wait, what position was he? Because if he's a pitcher, he can be in regular rotation.
No, he was not a pitcher.
So then he's not in regular rotation.
I wouldn't say
you
he
don't
was.
rotate your first baseman, you idiot. He's in the first baseman
No,
rotation.
but he was like up and down. I think he was an outfield.
Okay, that would be an everyday player. That's what you
But
call
he
him.
wasn't because
That's
some
okay.
days he was playing, some days he wasn't.
No, so that.
But I guess that's my question. If there was,
He's an in and out guy.
No, because Kimmy, we have five NBA players right now from Rochester. 2 of them are getting significant time. One, Isaiah Stewart, Beef Stew, who plays for the Detroit Pistons. By the way, I just ordered his jersey online. It should be here today. I'm very excited about him. That guy is getting
ordered that guy's jersey.
But don't you think that that's increased the interest in the NBA in a town that doesn't have an NBA team?
No, I'm watching the Pistons more now, but he's not going to.
Yeah.
If you didn't see this kid in high school, you don't care.
But a lot of people did see this
Oh,
kid.
I would like if I would stop and watch.
But you're
It's
like
the thing is, it's not always
you're
on.
a baller, though.
A baller?
She's a semi. She married a baller.
You don't want to root for a hometown kid?
If I know him, but if I tune
gotta
in,
know him personally,
All right,
guys.
if I tune in and I don't see this dude, or if I see him for like 2 seconds,
Yeah.
I'm out.
He's a starter for the Pistons.
All right, that's good. That's good.
You like to point out places on TV where you stood once, and that doesn't excite you. Seeing a kid from here make it big.
Also,
And here's the
when
problem.
the PGA Championship was here, you were cheering for Rory McIlroy because he married a woman from Irondequoit.
Hey, he put his pen in the local ink. You got to support that.
Thank you to her parents if you're listening for all that.
Wait, what they just forgot? I alerted them
Look
to
at
that.
you.
Rory's upstairs in your daughter's bedroom. Nothing to say here.
He's not. What,
He's Irish.
But yeah, it was a terrible Irish accent.
Well, he's in the middle of something right now.
You were saying.
Straining his vocal cords.
Shut up, you were saying.
If I don't see this kid playing, and if I haven't seen him play in high school, and the odds of that are low.
Well, yeah.
And by the way,
Because
playing,
you only like watching young boys
I was
just
gonna
stand
say,
around.
I don't think you have to watch the kid play in high school to be interested in his professional
I
career.
think you need a little bit. Here's the other thing: you're playing for the Pistons.
Yeah.
Who in their heyday?
Oh my God! Here we go. I
were-
watched the documentary one time. Now I'm going to try and sound like I watch sports.
They were the bad boys.
Yeah, the bad boys.
It's all gone.
Oh, you mean like would
The
a bad
league
boy?
got soft. It went all.
Would a bad boy
it
be a
went all
guy?
corporate,
Would a bad
man.
boy be a guy who chased LeBron James around the court trying to kick his ass 2 seasons ago?
Okay,
Because
in
that's
the
what
old
Isaiah
days, they
Stewart
would've
did.
caught him
'Cause that's
and
what
kicked
Isaiah Stewart
his
did.
ass.
Isaiah Stewart tried to fight the biggest name in the NBA
How'd
and
it work out
chased
for
his
him?
ass around the court. Well, they protected LeBron. They kept him away. He was bleeding. He was furious, and he was trying to get at him. And it's one of the best videos.
Okay, didn't make any highlight that I saw.
Yes, it did. It
We
was all over
played
the
it
TV.
on the air.
Because I go, hey, that's a kid from Rochester.
God,
But
you're
that's
an idiot.
it.
How
You
do
know
you
what?
make? How you
The
had
Pistons did that every night back in the day.
You had a million arguments to make, and you picked the one wrong one.
They're not what they used to be, bro. They're not even close.
What's the kid's name?
Isaiah Thomas. He was like one of the greatest Pistons of all time.
You know what the most frustrating part is? If any of these
All
kids
this.
ever come out of Pittsford, it's gonna be like, did you know that he went to school, blah blah blah, and he actually lives like 2 streets over, and
Oh,
I
no,
know
here's the
his
thing.
dad.
Here's the thing: all the kids coming out of Pittsburgh in college right now, they're making national news. Not for things you want to brag about. Been a rough run the last couple of years
Been
for
a little
college
tough.
kids in Pittsburgh.
Been a little tough.
Let's take a break.
All right.
There is no book that will tell you exactly how to be a good parent.
Yeah, because books suck.
I'm going to lean my chair towards Kimmy now.
Oh, Miss Book. A West Virginia book.
He's got nothing. But
Kimmy,
go ahead.
Kimmy.
Mhm.
Knowing how to parent is something you have to figure out on your own.
Oh, sure, it's got to be tough.
Shut up! At least so we thought, because a shocking amount of people with their own kids
Yeah.
have been reaching out to these people for advice, which is strange because you know the mistakes they made, and a lot of people are raising their kids much differently than these folks did. So what are you trying to get when it comes to guidance from
Angry.
them? We'll get into it.
Stupid idea.
Next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. This is a mind-blowing study.
What happened?
Involving parents, our kids, our parents, with us stuck right in the middle. Because, Tommy, we like to say there's no book that tells you how to be the perfect mother or father.
How could you?
You go by trial and error. You trust your gut. You look to other parents to see what they might be doing.
So?
If this information is correct, there may be a fourth option that parents are trying at minimum twice a week.
Twice a week?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:30 this morning. It is Thursday.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
That's right.
Time to bitch it out.
Yep, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And a man who made a mistake that men will understand and everyone else will want him arrested for.
Meaning ladies.
That would be them. And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. According to a new study, the average parent calls their own parents twice a week for parental guidance.
Oh, really?
How to raise their own kids. Let me say that again because I know it sounds a little confusing. Twice a week, the average mom or dad will pick up the phone looking for a direction on what to do raising their own little ones from the mother and father that raised them.
So the kids' grandparents.
You got it. Are either of you surprised by this?
Yeah, kind
A little
of.
bit.
Why?
Because your parents probably sucked. Suck so much you don't know what you're doing. Like, so.
Well, hold on.
It sounds like it's a bad. There's a flaw there. You know what I mean?
When your parents are raising you,
they sucked. They didn't know what they were doing.
Let me try this
They're
again.
doing the best they could.
Right, which means you blow.
Somewhere. When your parents are raising you, they weren't raising you to be parents. They were raising you to be a person.
True.
So to say that if you were raised well, you would automatically know how to be a parent, I think is untrue.
Okay, all right. But there's other options out there besides your busted-ass parents.
What are they?
I don't know.
Books,
psychotherapists, the internet.
That's a great idea.
Google it, man.
I'm going to Google right now.
How to be a good parent.
How to be a good parent. And we're going to see what comes up number one.
You'll probably have 1,000 better options than your mother.
But you don't.
And nobody needs to talk to a dad. Who the hell is calling any dad for parental advice? Give me an effing break.
There are good dads
Yeah,
out there.
Alan Alda. That's it.
Kimmy has no idea
And,
who that
and
is.
I don't even know if he was a good dad.
Okay.
I just think he's a great actor.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, you look like you have something you want to say.
Well, I was just going to say I would think most parents have disagreements with grandma and grandpa over parenting, because if you're somebody that lets grandma and grandpa watch the kids from time to time, there's always like, don't do this. I know you're going to do this, but don't.
So let's put a pin in that.
Telling them what not to do all the time.
Let's put a pin in that because that's going to come up again.
Okay.
All right. Look, I agree with both of you. This cannot be true. Like most parents listening right now are making 2 calls a week to their parents for guidance on how to raise their kids.
Twice a week.
Here's what's even more surprising. 1 in 8 parents said they call their mother and father daily looking for parenting guidance.
Did you need help?
Is it on a specific topic?
It doesn't say. It just says it's
a wide range.
How to be a parenting guidance.
If you need help every day, maybe you shouldn't have been a parent.
Oh, my God. I hate idiots like you. I hate idiots.
Don't sound good to me.
I get wanting a second opinion, especially if you feel like, hey, I turned out okay.
But you're calling daily.
Okay. Like, people who have never raised kids, you being that person, think, like, you like to sit here and
The
pander.
whole world does it.
You sit here and look at us.
China does it every day.
Look
billion
at us.
kids.
Look at us, man.
India, billion kids.
They're not, they're well
They don't
adjusted,
act
successful.
up.
They don't act
When's
up.
the last time you saw an Indian kid act up?
How about China?
Never.
China never acts up.
They never act up.
No, never. Just nice and peace and good. And
Everybody seems to be cool.
People like you who have never raised kids think that raising kids is an easy thing to do. And you'll pander every once in a while. The mom says, oh, you're being a mother. It's hard being a father. You're not a selfish father. That makes you a good guy. And then when we have discussions like this, your true colors come out. What do? You put them in your pocket and slip an M&M every once in a while. What's your problem? Kimmy, to the point you made a second ago, here's where it gets kind of funny. Despite the numbers that we just told you, that the average parent will call their parents twice a week to get guidance on how to raise their own kids, 7 in 10 parents today, 7 in 10, admit they have different ideas about raising their kids than their parents have, which seems like a big problem.
Yeah, because even if you called to get that advice, you're probably hanging up and being like, I'm not doing that.
So why are you even calling?
It's a
It
good
doesn't
question.
even make any sense.
Well, look, I mean,
you have no faith in your parents, but you're calling them up.
I will say, though, there is a large population of people who go to their parents for advice in general.
Okay.
So maybe that also, like, I know people that will call their mom for many different things.
And that's sad.
So maybe that person will also call for parenting advice.
I wish I had that relationship where I could call my parents and ask them
And
for
you know
advice.
why you don't?
Why?
Because you're parents, and they suck. Parents suck. They're great people, but they're not geniuses.
Oh, look at you pandering again. They're great people, but
They suck. They got
They're
through
great
it.
Suckers.
They got through it, but
That's
they
what-
dinged you up. Every kid is dinged up. Every kid is a New York taxi. It's got a bunch of dents in it, man, because they didn't know what they were doing. Especially the first kid. The first kid is ruined. The last kid is spoiled. The two middle ones are forgotten. What are you talking
just described
about?
your family.
Yes. Every family.
I'm ruined. I was the oldest. I was the first one.
Bro.
I'm ruined. Bro, what?
Bro, you are a New York cab of a face. I'm the last kid. Also ruined.
You're not dinged up. No, you said spoiled. You didn't say dinged up.
you said
You're
spoiled.
the most mentally. What's the word I'm looking for?
Dinged up.
Yeah, fine. Person I've ever met in my life. The stuff that comes out of your effing
Spoiled
head.
and dinged up.
Seriously.
What do I say?
Just unstable, insane.
Unstable. I've been here every day. 30
stupid,
years.
Alcoholic.
Alcoholic.
I'm just. You're dinged up. I'm
I
spoiled.
just take the edge off.
Kimmy, you were going to say something.
Are there people calling their parents for advice so then they can do the opposite? Because let's say,
Just
like,
do the opposite. You know what your parents are going to
hey,
say.
you know what? I think I want to do this, but let me make sure that my parents wouldn't have done that.
So
you're looking for negative reinforcement, basically.
Kinda, yeah. Like,
Because you know, both y'all know
Yeah.
what your parents' answer would be on almost every question. You know your parents.
So let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about that. You know how your parents raised you, but what your parents have that you do not as a person raising children is the gift of hindsight.
Okay.
So is it possible that if you called your parents to ask for advice on something, knowing what they would have done for you, their answer would be, look, here's what I would have done differently.
Okay.
And that maybe
God
is where
had
the
you.
advice.
I don't know how many parents are willing to admit that. I mean,
you're-
it'd be cool if they are, but I don't know. I think a lot of parents justify why they did what they did, even if they felt like it wasn't the right thing to do. So I don't know if they're willing to say, here's what I should have done.
Which is why we get to the funniest part of this.
What is that?
Okay, so again, the average parent today will call their parents, grandma and grandpa, twice a week for advice on how to parent their own children. Despite that, only about 6 in 10 parents say they follow the advice that their parents
So
give.
they don't even take it.
So you want to hear it, but you don't want to use it.
Yeah.
Unless, Kimmy, it's what you just said. You want to hear what they have to say and do exactly the opposite.
Which is just like
What not to
wasting
do.
time
Yes
when
and
you're
no.
dealing with your kid.
Well, that's still 40% of people taking that advice and
Right.
using
Yeah.
it. I wonder if this is something grandparents enjoy or...
Oh, you know they love butting in.
Well, no, but they're not butting in. They're being asked. There's a difference.
Right, but they love
Like, I love how you don't know the difference
It's
between...
justified butting
You're
in.
doing it now. I love how you don't know the difference between someone asking your opinion and you just being like, bah! There's a difference between me coming to you and asking, what do you think? That's not butting in. And you being like, let me tell you, I was going to say, but I was like,
But you open up the button in floodgates because they're not going to just give you advice on that. It's going to be this plethora of garbage. Like I can sit here and safely say, honestly, my parents should have never had children.
Oh, I agree with that for a multitude of reasons. One, because my day would be much easier every day. But you were saying.
But you know what I'm saying? I would never, ever ask my parents' advice on anything regarding children.
Look, I have never asked my parents' advice on my children either. That being said, as ridiculous as both of your parents were, as how you watched your family's drama play out over the years, I think it is unfair to your parents to say they should have never had children.
I know they should have never been around. They should have been around each other.
What you described from your mother and father,
Yeah.
as hilarious as these stories are today,
Yeah.
in a sad, sad, sad way,
Yes.
was common for the time.
But that's not good.
But they were only doing what they knew to do based on what people around them were doing. I mean, tell me, you got two brothers that are millionaires. You, on the other hand,
Money. It's not all about money, Pat.
you're wearing boots from the 1910s. I mean, It's easy to look back at your parents. And look, I'm just as guilty of this. I do it all the time on the air making jokes and say, you F me up. But, when you become a parent, which you don't have the perspective
But I've seen parents.
No, you haven't.
I mean, I see them all the time. I see you, your parents.
You don't watch me
I
parent my
walk
kid.
around, I know parents.
You only know what I tell you when it comes to my
my
kids.
parents are parents. Both my parents.
It is unfair in most instances to criticize the way your parents raised you, especially if they were doing it within the context of what was socially acceptable at the time. And maybe you wish that your parents would have had the wherewithal to look at something and be like, wait a minute, just because they're doing it doesn't mean I have to do it, right? That's a fair ask. But at the same time, there's a lot of pressure on you when you have children.
Sure there is.
And not just from the outside and the judgment, which we talk about all the time from other parents, but the fact that you are aware that the majority of the stuff that this kid is going to soak in, the wisdom they will have, the work ethic and all that stuff is going to come from you and your spouse.
Yes.
Or your ex-spouse, which makes things more complicated.
Okay.
I don't know. Now you know I made a point. You just go, until there's a pause, in which case you go,
Is there, I'm trying to think, is there one topic you could point to with every parent and think, well, they were good at this?
No.
Yes. Because I'm thinking
you dig deep enough, you're gonna find that fly also.
Like if there's one thing I can definitely say that my dad did, he set me up to be financially responsible, right? Like his whole process of doing that, right?
You're a chintz.
So I guess I
was raised a chintz.
I was raised by a chintz.
Down by the river.
In a little shack.
So I think maybe somebody has one thing they could go to. Oh, you know what? My mom was really good at that. My dad was really good at that. Maybe I'll ask them about it. I'll ask them about what their plan was, how they made it work.
All right, to your point, I bust my dad's balls all the time, right? My dad was very good at instilling empathy in me as a human being.
Okay.
Right? He was a very empathetic person. He never wanted to see anybody hurt or in a bad way at any time. A lot of the things he said to me working as a police officer still resonate with me today, right? Like, he had this famous saying, there's a very tiny space between the front and the back of the police car. He had this saying that sticks with me to this day. No matter how big a piece of crap you think someone is, there's someone that thinks they're the greatest person in the world. Those sentences live in my head on a daily basis.
That's good. Those are good ones.
No, but I mean, as much as my old man was a goof and as much as I bust his balls on the air, I'm not an empathetic person without him telling me those things.
There you go. So you found that nugget.
You can't think of a single thing your father did well.
Like it's something he instilled in me.
Yes.
But he always said so much stupid stuff.
No, but like how? Maybe it's on you for...
Only stay with your own kind, He's one of the good ones. You read one book, you read them all.
That's good advice. You read one book, you read them all.
Rin Tin Tin wasn't a bad actor.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about parenting and this study that shows up. According to this study, let me try. I'm sorry, I got to find this all over again because my brain is now scrambled. The average American parent will make 2 calls a week to their own parents looking for advice on how to raise their children. Tommy thinks it's stupid. Kimmy's a little confused by it, but you're finding nuggets here.
Now I'm thinking about it. Like there may be things that I would reach out for.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Gareth. He's on CMF. Hey, Gareth, what's up, buddy?
Hey, your guys' parents did a good job raising you. You have a job. You're not in jail, and you're a contributing member of society.
Says who?
That is a good parent.
Says who, Gareth? By the way, I would be upset with my parents if they named me Gareth.
It's unique.
It is very unique. All right, but Gareth, hold on. Let's talk about that because there is this old school thought of, you're healthy, you have a job, you're contributing.
Yeah.
But Gareth, I mean, the more time goes on, the more we're seeing that people have these deep-seated issues, right, that come from the way they were raised.
Yeah, what they saw.
Exactly.
What they heard.
Like, I mean, Gareth, just using the basic you're alive, you have a job, you're not in jail, it's a dangerous measuring stick.
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes and no. It is every person alive has a decision to make. Plain and simple. Whether you're a kid or you're an adult, you have a decision to make. Your parents if they keep you alive and make you a contributing member of society, you're obviously doing something right.
Okay.
All right, we'll go with that.
All right, Garrett, thanks for the call.
I'm not on death row.
Okay, but like...
Thank you, Dad.
But aren't your decision-making ideas molded very much so by the people who raise you, right? So if I have a decision to make and I make the wrong decision, I mean, I understand that I have free will, but I also am making decisions based on the way that I was raised.
And I've been arrested.
And just because you haven't ended up in jail or you have a job doesn't mean you're living like life to its fullest, right?
And
I mean, you may not be a happy person. You might have all those things, but you're not a happy person. You might struggle with things. I mean,
it also doesn't
wouldn't
mean
you want better for your kid?
It also doesn't mean you're a good person.
Yeah.
Bobby Knight passed away yesterday, 83 years old, right?
One of the most successful men you could think of.
You got it. He's also one of the worst people ever.
And miserable.
Yes. And like we talked this morning about how, I'm not exaggerating, there are 15 known choking incidents this man had. He choked 15 people
That's a lot of necks.
that we know about. One guy who played for him talked about how he broke a whiteboard over his head and grabbed his testicles on multiple occasions. He said that's a quote, and we can go on and on and on. Did that guy's parents do a good job of raising him because he was successful?
Yeah.
He contributed to society.
Oh, yeah.
Never ended up in jail.
There you go.
But like if you're being choked out by the guy and someone's like, his parents did a good job, I would understand why that would be frustrating.
Yeah, it's a little mixed message.
All right, Tommy, if parents don't feel comfortable or should not, in your opinion, getting parenting advice from their parents, where do you get it
I
from?
would think somebody professional, like that deals with children and issues, that has studied this stuff.
Well, but now you're assuming the advice you're looking for has to do with issues. Maybe it's just everyday parenting stuff.
Well, outside of what would that be, I guess?
What would it be? What do you have to do to be a parent is your question?
Well, like, what would that be? I mean, outside the emotional issues of a child, I mean, what do you feed them?
What do you feed them?
The base stuff? What do you ask?
All right, let me give you an example. I'll give you an example. A couple of months ago, I told you how for the first time, my oldest daughter gave her phone number to a boy.
Yeah.
The kid walked up to her.
So it's an emotional issue.
But pulled her number. But it wasn't an emotional issue. It was the emotion I was dealing with. And my question
But
was...
she's also feeling emotions for a boy that she wants to give a number to.
But I wasn't concerned with that. I knew that was going to happen eventually.
Right.
What I was concerned with was, where does the line get drawn at 13 years old for a girl that gives her number to a boy? Do I let them go out by themselves and have a date, which I don't think is a good idea? Do I have to be nice to the kid and take them together? Do I tell her she's not allowed to date at all? And when I say date, I mean like just hang out with this boy? Do I invite the kid over to my house? Like, these are all these complicated things. Yeah. That's not a psychiatrist question. Who do I go for that?
I think you could talk to a child psychologist about a child's behavior. That's part of child's behavior.
But
was being attracted to the opposite sex.
Again, he did not listen to it.
Yes, I did.
But I guess it's more like what you should allow as a parent.
And I think a professional could walk you through that.
I mean, it's not bad advice to seek. I see what you're saying. It's not like they're completely useless.
I want someone who's lived this.
Yeah.
I want to know what happened.
And that
with
wouldn't. A lot of that stuff that you bring up, though, maybe your parents can help you, because you didn't have a cell phone when you were a kid. You didn't have social media when you were a kid. Our parents never had to navigate that. There are new things. There are new things that have popped up that I know parents. It has become a regular thing that our parents are completely
and
oblivious to.
And parents turn into grandparents, and they go soft because they know they're going to die soon, and they want to start playing nice with everybody. And they go, you know what? Let them be free and do what they want. Life is short. I'm going to die soon. I don't want anybody to think mean thoughts about me. They start playing the short game, man. They start cramming for their finals.
They may tell you advice that they didn't do. Because,
Right.
I mean, they do have a different perspective now. And I don't know if that's necessarily good advice or bad advice.
They're working on that good eulogy they
That's
want.
the opposite of what she just said.
It kind of same.
You let her finish talking just to say yeah, and then the words you wanted to say.
Yes. Well, that's how conversations work.
Okay. Let's take a break.
All right.
It is Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I know what it means.
What's it mean?
It means you bitching it out.
And we are going to bitch it out. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you here in just a second. And this story is an accident that is understandable from men. Every woman who hears this is going to want this guy thrown in jail.
Oh.
And there could be a debate to be had because I think that every man at some point has had this in his cup holder for an extended period of time.
Wait, an actual cup holder.
And you might understand why this man made this mistake.
In the car.
Oh, yeah. But it ended up, it didn't end up in the car. It ended up somewhere else.
The hell is it?
Tell you what it is next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. This is a mistake that every man will understand.
Okay.
Except for the man who is the victim of this mistake.
Oh.
And every woman will want this person thrown in jail for the rest of his life.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Adam Sandler's coming to the Blue Cross Arena Wednesday, November 8th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Get yours before they're gone. We'll get to that story in just a second. But it's Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid. Or love how they think they have parenting figured out, having never done a second of parenting in their life. You got to really hurt them, something along the lines of...
Bad Duffy, I'm a good parent, but I can't call my mommy and daddy because I have a weird relationship with them. Because I'm just a weird little boy, bitch.
It's the same thing you have.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, Pat Duffy, I'm getting so mad because Tommy and his little brother, you bonded together. Me and RD becoming tight buddies, and Pat's getting all butthurt. You might have to go down to Spencer's to get one of them dirty backdoor dildos. Because you're just a butthurt little boy, bitch.
I have these shoes that I love to work out in. Why? What? No, oh, you rich ass bitch! Oh, I live in Pittsburgh and I'm not rich, but I walk around with fancy boots on.
I know. 2018, I graduated from Alfred University with a sports medicine degree.
So I have a master's degree in clinical social work.
Pat Duffy, when I go out to eat, I don't mind a little pube in my food because I'm just a pube-eating little bitch.
She's the one that made fun of your face just now.
Yeah.
Oh, you're screaming. Oh, it's Tommy, and anyone can walk in my house and take anything.
I got my good shoes on.
So I was working for a production company. We did sound and lights for concerts and stuff.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I had to get out of my car and scrape my window this morning, even though I didn't want to because I was so cozy in my little car chair because I'm Pat Duffy. I'm an ice cream little bitch.
That was impressive.
Yeah, it came in slow, finished strong.
Yeah.
That's how you do.
All right.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Tommy, I'm going to tell you a story.
I love a good story.
Story of a man named Caleb.
Caleb?
Caleb, yeah. Biblical name. Caleb, one night, wanted some Chick-fil-A, but he didn't want to go out and get it.
So what did he do?
Well, he fired up the GrubHub app, and on that app, he ordered a sandwich meal with fries and a milkshake.
Ooh, nice.
And that sounds delicious, and it's brought right to his front door.
Yeah, nice.
So, well, the GrubHub driver shows up, hands him the bag and the drink, and they go about their day.
So what's the problem?
Well, Caleb opened up his food. He took the chicken sandwich out, the waffle fries, right? He's got his milkshake, and he took a sip of his milkshake. Problem was, it wasn't a milkshake.
Oh, I hate when they screwed it. It was like an iced tea?
Nope, wasn't an iced tea.
Water?
Nope.
I think he wishes it was those things.
All
What
of those
else
things.
did they sell it?
It was a cup of pee.
Oh, my God. He thought it was a milkshake?
He drank a cup of the delivery.
No, he didn't. I mean,
He took a sip.
He touched
a
it.
sip
Oh, my
of the.
God.
Okay, so,
How did this happen?
Well, I'm going to tell you how this happened. The pee belonged to the delivery driver.
But where's the milkshake?
The milkshake was still in the delivery driver's car.
Oh, he made a mistake. Did he make a mistake or did he do it on purpose?
No, I'm guessing this guy's hustling so much he doesn't have time to take a pee break. And remember Waste Management? They had people that...
No, it was Amazon.
Was it Amazon?
Yeah.
Like they were just driving so much they don't have time to take it, so they have a whiz bucket.
Yeah. By the way, it would have been more appropriate for waste management because that is a kind of waste management.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, exactly what you said.
Oh
the
my God!
GrubHub
But
driver.
the guy didn't mean it.
No, he didn't. We
Oh,
have audio. This is audio.
Is that poisoning?
Yeah, man.
I mean, could be arrested for trying to poison someone?
Well, no, but he didn't do it on purpose. This is audio from the video of Caleb confronting the GrubHub driver who gave him a cup of his own pee.
Did you confuse the cups? Because, dude, it's half full of pee.
Refunded a portion of the order. I think it cost like $25, and they refunded $18. The actual cost of the food, they didn't refund like the delivery fee or the tip.
So you heard that right. Caleb went to GrubHub. GrubHub gave him
How are
only
you not
$18 back.
Terrible
and
PR move.
They didn't give him back the tip. The guy doesn't keep his tip. He gave a cup of pee.
How are you not suing them?
I mean, he might. It just happened.
I mean,
why would you not make good with that guy?
I got to go to the doctor.
He said when he took the sip, he immediately became physically ill. Although you heard him talk, he sounded like he was fine.
No, but I don't know what's in your stuff.
Credit to Caleb, by the way, the voice you just heard.
Yeah.
He was pretty calm, having just taken a
Confront-
sip
Yeah.
of this man's
Hey,
pee.
man,
Yes.
you forget to give me the right cup.
But here's the thing.
Fair question.
Here's the thing. I feel bad for this driver.
I do. If the guy didn't mean to do it.
Obviously, he didn't mean to do it. I mean, like.
And he's hustling.
Yes, like
And he's probably rushed.
Every man listening has had to sit next to a cup of his own pee in a road trip for a long time. Yeah. I've done it. You've done it.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're running a bunch of drinks around, right, to
Probably
multiple.
know where to stop and go.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm saying, like, Kimmy, he's doing multiple deliveries,
Yeah.
and you got a cup of pee next to like 4 other cups.
Yeah.
He just grabbed it. Oh, my God.
It makes
Probably
sense.
same label if he's made multiple runs at that place.
Well, no, his said pee. Do you want this guy charged for what he did?
I don't think I want him charged.
But a dude drank some pee.
All right, first of all, you probably got less than a drop on your mouth because as soon as, you're going to know that ain't milkshake.
Any drop. Like
I know.
you're like less than a drop, just a little sprinkle. Like,
By the way,
that's enough.
When you drink a milkshake, you gotta suck
You're
hard.
slurping.
Yeah, you do.
So you know you might.
That should have been your first tell, man. Boy, it's coming up the straw really fast and warm.
Do you think you know right away?
Yeah, it's pee.
They do in porn because they always close their eyes.
Okay, I've never watched those.
You've never seen one.
No, why would I want to watch that?
Because it's interesting.
It's not. How is that interesting?
You're
No,
not
you didn't
curious?
answer the question. How is that interesting?
It's interesting to see that
Did you ever-
that somebody would do that for money. I've watched it. I don't be all judgmental.
We're gonna just blow past this. Have you?
I
ever
have watched
seen...
every kind of porn there
Okay,
is.
we know.
Remember, I had that weirdo kid used to send me stuff to me and T, and we'd watch it.
You're going down a road of things I don't even know, and I don't think I want to know.
Well, that's the big one. What?
Have you ever
I just
seen?
thought they had a bad union and they couldn't take a break.
You were saying to me.
You may not notice it quite right away.
Oh,
just 'cause
you
you're
smell
not,
it.
No, listen. Oh, well, you might smell it. But have you ever seen somebody take a sip of a water bottle and it's vodka and they think it's
Yes.
water? And it takes them a second
It's
to be
vodka,
like,
not
oh, shoot,
vodka."
that's not water.
Wow.
You might initially
to
think
talking
like
about the
it's not a
videos we watch.
milkshake, but maybe it's like something that's been sitting in his car for a long time until you're
So
like,
cool.
no, but it might take you a second to realize what just happened.
But man, as soon as it hits your tongue, you know what you got.
No, but how would you know? Because I've never tasted that before. You wouldn't know what it is.
You've tasted a little bit.
No, I haven't. When have you? You know
Bro,
what? Not
bro,
gonna ask. No, I've never.
If you've ever
I've never. Bro,
down any below the belt business, you've tasted a little tea. Not a lot, but there are a few molecules on that area you've tasted. We've all tasted. You can't do the business over a lifetime without thinking you haven't tongued a little.
You don't want to know. She
And that
on
was
the
her
phone.
last name.
You don't want to.
Kathy tongued a little. Nice kid. Nice kid. Parents right off the boat.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this man named Caleb. He ordered Chick-fil-A through GrubHub. He got his sandwich, his fries, and a cup for his milkshake. He took a sip. It wasn't his milkshake. It was pee.
It was lemonade.
The driver's pee. The driver mistakenly gave him the cup that he had been urinating in because he's hustling all the time. The driver fully admitted this. Instead of the milkshake, the ass kicker.
What?
GrubHub, when he reached out to him, only refunded him $18 of his $25
That's
bill,
insane.
and they didn't refund the tip. GrubHub
Yeah.
says the driver no longer works for them.
Well,
Which,
thank
again,
you.
But I feel bad. It's an honest
Yeah.
mistake. How many times? You know what? He ain't gonna make that mistake again.
No.
You know,
No.
everybody else getting deliveries from that guy, safest non
Yes.
people in America.
Mhm.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rick. Hey, Rick, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, you got to back off on Tommy a little bit about this comment about the porn, you know?
Why is that?
Well, I mean, it is a urine play is a fetish.
No, I'm not. Look,
And
I'm
they-
not. I'm not
I'm
judging.
not into it. I just said I saw
No,
it.
no, he's on your side. Let the man talk.
I don't have it in regular
Let
rotation.
the man speak, Rick. Rick, go ahead, buddy.
People do get paid to do that stuff. I mean, you know, Caleb just did it for $18.
Rick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Rick. Poor Caleb. By the way, if I did this, I'm not going on the news and showing people my face.
I am amazed that he made this a public issue.
Over 25.
I know. And that's all he got.
No, he got 18.
Yeah, he got 18.
He wanted 25. He only got 18. Like, how bad do you need $18?
Yes.
I'm not calling the driver. I'm not complaining to GrubHub. I'm locking my door. I'm brushing my teeth.
Brush my teeth, and I'm down at urgent care.
No, it is a good question how dangerous it actually is. Well, I guess,
to ingest?
Yeah, because, I mean, you don't know what that guy could have diseases.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't know. And that's the ultimate bodily fluid. That's your number one bodily. No, that's your number one bodily fluid.
Look, man, if you gave me a choice of all the bodily fluids.
But that's number one.
No, I would take that over anything else.
I'm not saying you're taking it. That's the most, like, fluid you do.
Okay, now let me put it this way.
I mean, you got your goo.
No, okay, let's lay it out like this.
Right.
All right. There's 3 glasses in front of you, and you got to drink one, and they're all full.
All right.
They're all full to the
top.
top.
To the tippy
top. All right. Urine, blood, batch.
Okay.
You got to slam one of them.
Slam
You
it.
got to slam it. You got chug. Which one are you choosing?
Blood would be the worst because of bloodborne disease.
It's also the thickest.
No.
Blood's thick.
No, but that's where. But
you think blood's thicker than batch?
I think it is.
Isn't that old saying? The old saying, blood is thicker than batch.
Isn't like blood super? I don't know. I guess
But
I
I
just
think-
assumed.
Then batch.
But
I've
I thought
cut
like
myself and not gotten it stuck on my sheets.
But I'm thinking like. Well, yeah, I mean, it hasn't killed Dracula. That dude's like 1,000 years old. To your point, I think I would have. Okay, so I'm afraid of catching something from the blood.
Okay.
I'm also afraid of catching something from El Bacho.
Yeah.
You can
So
catch
I
something
guess
from
I
all
gotta
of these
go.
things.
I guess I gotta go yellow.
Okay.
If I have the choice of 3, I go yellow.
All right, so you go urine. Okay. Great. So you finish the urine. Guy goes, hold on. Wait, there was something wrong with the contract. You got to choose one more. Do you slam the batch or do you slam the blood?
Oh. Both could kill you.
Yep. So now it's about comfort. Glass full of blood, glass full of batch. Whatever kind of mood you're in.
All right, well, hold on.
tonight.
All right, so.
Bottle of blood, bottle of batch.
I mean, there are like weirdos that drink blood.
Yeah,
There
they're
are-
called Draculas.
There are people that drink blood.
Drink it though.
Well, yeah.
All right.
I don't know if they're chugging it.
Yeah.
If she's really cool.
All right.
Wait, how?
All right, so blood hasn't killed Dracula.
I don't know if Dracula's the line you want to use
It's
here.
a thing.
Okay.
Studies say Dracula. Okay.
I guess you go blood.
So you would go blood over batch.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it would probably be the more what would be the more pleasant?
None of them are pleasant.
No, I'm
They're
saying
all
more.
horrible.
Obviously. Like, okay. Ugh.
Well, they make blood sausage, right?
It ain't
Yeah,
that
but
kind
that's
of
not-
blood.
What is blood?
But it's not
They
human.
don't make batch sausage, so go with
Don't
blood.
people? Yeah,
Really?
people do cook
What have I
with
been
like
serving
animal
your mom
blood.
this whole time? You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
People do cook with animal blood, right? Isn't that
Yeah,
a
they
thing?
do.
Yeah, but people, I mean, look, if you were to talk
I
about.
mean,
Yeah,
not my
don't
thing.
disgust
No, but here's the thing. If you were to do, if we were to talk about worldwide, what is ingested more often, it would be batch over blood. Like,
Well,
of those 3 things, urine, blood, and batch is probably the one that is ingested the most often.
Ingested? Because I'm guessing it gets spit out a lot.
You ain't find a radio like this anywhere else.
Thank
I hope
God.
you people appreciate what we put on the line for you every day. We come back,
All right.
wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a Rapperoo.
Adios. Third day Rapperoo.
For Thursday Break Room CMF, Kimmy yelled at me yesterday because we got it too late, so we got to do this quick.
All right.
Tomorrow, Friday, you know what that means?
Oh, we're going to creep it up.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. Also, it's a football Friday.
Oh, boy.
Bills, Bengals, 8:20 p.m. Sunday night, live right here on CMF. I'm going to be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport, so come on out for the game and hang out there Sunday night. We got a football Friday tomorrow. Tommy's going to make his picks. We're going to have Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy. He's going to be, they'll be here after 9, and how this game may decide how the rest of the season goes for almost the entire Bills fan base. All of that and more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who is very intimidating when she yells at you.
Good job.
For Tommy Ulay.
See you later.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.